我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬。天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你没胜利也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I go way, popping, paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. Yeah, you wanna be me, but I stand out. You on flat earth, looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬。天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 你看我的 set 就知道我的团队在团结。Team is the best， 他们值得 respect， 我们之间有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough， 一人不带不能被取代，比我更努力的人也不存在。倒数我起来和你算奶，直接出了那战斗。I'm great, I go way, pop and pave my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. You wanna be me, but I stand out. You're on flat earth, looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬。天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬。天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall through the test. 咱们值得 respect. Standing tall through the test.
of the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटे चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you gonna be, pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. What do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barrel end. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've won the ball, it's traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं टर्न चलाना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना, तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां, कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या दिला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way or leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja.
自分を信じろ誰かのために心をたぎらせろ You know 困難な道を行く俺はヒーローどんな奴が来ても Take over game over
'Visions in my head of this, you don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get. But nothing feels like how it feels, to know these things I don't know yet.
Kamusta, mabuhay, sawasdi, and every single else of highs in Southeast Asia in between. Welcome to the VALORANT Challengers Southeast Asia. I'm Tash Padi alongside Raf, your casters today. And today is very exciting because today we are looking at teams, well, most teams, not all, have already qualified. But what's most important is the fact that today we're going to be playing for seedings. And that is where things get super interesting. Anyways, for you guys at home as well, if you guys, we don't know if tomorrow is going to be Eid yet in Malaysia or Indonesia. Let us know in the comments if it is going to be. That's why I'm decided to wear the Malaysian or Indonesian attire, baju kebaya.
Oh, I was actually about to ask you, Tash, like, what was the biggest inspiration for the getup? And, you know, I really like the new hair. You had your complaints backstage, but is it really a mullet? You know, I was considering rocking one, but I don't think I ever could the way, you know, everybody else does it so well. Yes, I'm also wearing green, but only because like I thought about wearing green today. Nothing like special or anything like that.
Yeah, but speaking of, if you guys didn't know, there is still the night queue going on in the game itself. The Hari Raya card ended, but you can still get the Sahur card if you guys want. So be sure to do that as well. You can see that in the game. Anyways, speaking of that, you can also find out more about that on the social medias as well. Here,
Yes.
This is VCT Pacific on all social medias. And if you guys didn't know, the Hari Raya card is also limited to only certain regions. So we're very, very special for that.
Absolutely. So guys, this is a golden chance to really get yet another unique card for us. And speaking of, I've been really excited and just happy, as always, right, to see how things have been going, because this has been such a crazy split so far, Tash. I mean, we've had upsets upon upsets, and I say that because our pick'ems are an absolute shambles, but in the best way. The players have had so much personality, not just in the way that, you know, that they're very competitive and very fiery, but they've also been just so eloquent and just kind of a bit more laid back for some of them. You know, I can call back to all the other interviews, and it's just really been a great time.
Speaking of that as well, you talked about pick'ems being in shambles. How are you doing on your pick'ems? I don't know if you guys don't know, Koldan's been doing all of the talent predictions for VCL Southeast Asia. What's your score at right now?
Wow, I really like the weather today. It's been really nice.
You gotta tell me.
I'm trying to avoid you know what, guys? Look at my other stuffed animal here. This is Usagi. I'm really trying to stay away from all the negative energy and all these questions that end up being pressing.
Okay,
so,
okay.
Tash,
Pause. I just want to flex. I just want to flex. I think I ended the groups with 9 out of 12. Yeah, 9 out of 12.
Once again, guys, today is all about just positivity, and we don't have to listen to all that outside noise.
And yesterday I ended with 2 out of 2.
And there's just so many things going on that I don't really have to acknowledge because it's not gonna bring me joy. It's not gonna bring me happiness. However, we are gonna be taking a look at the brackets here, Tash.
Yeah.
Naos and Oasis. Ooh, yeah, break everybody's hearts. You ask me, Tash, how I'm doing. Well, I'm doing just fine. Could have been a lot better. Now it's Fancy and Motive.
Were you expecting a full Pinoy matchup at one point? By any chance, did you think that was going to be possible?
I like to dream, honestly. Let's just be candid here. I would love to see the Philippines really duke it out in our grand finals, but alas, it's been incredibly difficult. Just to kind of swap gears a little bit, I feel like yesterday was just a bit of a show of how limited we can be. I'm not saying that we're struggling, but we can definitely see the improvements of the other teams because on the Filipino broadcast, I was just talking about how the adjustments kept running out for the PH squads.
Right.
But enough of that. We do have Thailand defending versus Trinity and RVL, who've honestly been the funnest wildcards to
only scrimmed for 5 times? That is insane. And at the same time, for game 1, I am hyped for this matchup. Sharper, as we know, sharp as heck. Always sharp from last year all the way to this one. And then another team that has really, really surprised all Trinity. Because at first, nobody believed in Trinity. Everyone thought that, Mongolian Valorant is just gonna be, really insane aimers that's not super structured quite yet. But in that 1 year of absence from the league, Mongolian Valorant showed us that they caught up. Not only they caught up, they're surprising us left, right, and center.
Oh man, I mean, I still remember the debut of the Mongols and the Chinggis Warriors at the time, and it was so unique because the way that they would structure their agents was very, very unorthodox at the time, but I think we've seen some of those elements translate very well. For example, the Yoru has been a lot more common. The Sky picks that are a little bit more intentional have somewhat bled out with the rest of the region. And I'm really thankful that, we're still getting so much out of every single participant in our Southeast Asia split. And like you said, everybody is just trying their best to come back with pretty much a vengeance. And, I was highlighting, Tash, that I feel like there's still some regions that are still looking to hit that stride to get another breakout season for not just their teams, but their players too. And Thailand, for the second year in a row, have been pretty dominant overall, especially in our Southeast Asia split.
Oh yeah, for real. Now I'm glad to see PTC back in a Thai roster again compared to him last year. I think he was really kind of going around, trying out different teams, different matchups. But I feel like, in a Thai roster is where he super, super thrives in this season as well. I think one thing's for sure, his calling has been really good as well. And you have these insane shooters in front of him, means that he doesn't really have to pull or really go nuclear as he did last year on his previous roster compared to this one, because everyone is stepping the heck up. I think yesterday as well, if you saw, it was Sharper Esports versus Oasis in their last game. Apiña went nuclear across all maps. I think it was 34-19 and 38-22 between Apiña as well as Furious. So that was very, very fun to watch. Now, on the flip side, for Trinity, we talked a lot about them as well, but this is the team that 2-0'd Alter Ego.
Oh boy. I mean, you talk about 2-0 Alter Ego. I feel like there was a lot of friendly banter in that matchup, like overall, because the first match, it was very hectic. It was incredibly like fast-paced to the point where it was super hard to keep up with everything. And Trinity, I like that they really stick with their guns and play to their strengths. But this time they added an extra facet to their game, which was just adapting to how Alter Ego was so adamant on taking space. So they kind of let their Terminator selves out there and just did their thing. So hopefully we still get more of that today, because this is yet another beast to prepare for. I like that you mentioned how the structure of PTC's team has changed over time. Instead of it kind of being hyper brawly, it's kind of like basketball. You know, you have 1 in, 4 out, where he can leverage the situation very well and just allow his shooters to go crazy, all while keeping the structure of the composition and what they have in plans.
Yeah, I think it's always very fun to look at how these team works as well. I think it's very fun to see how these two players match up. Again, you know, when you look at them as star matchup, you see the structure and how things are being. I think a lot of people were. I think the most talked about, I think, composition was the double duelist, right? Why the double duelist is so popular and why it doesn't really suit. Why it really suits the style of meta now. And I think a lot of teams have done a great job of, I think, really doing it. I think in situations like, say, when we look at players like Kadum, right? So for Kadum, I think what's really fun about watching him play as well is the fact that his duelist is always going to be high speed. He plays the Jet, he plays the Neon, and he delivers numbers upon numbers coming into each game. Yeah, I think the last game he played, 306 ACS, which is honestly a statement in itself. And I think that this fast-paced style meta really suits like Sharper Esports that love to play W gaming. And it works very well in their favor. And at the same time, on the other side, I was about to highlight Satnas as well, right? Because when you put them side by side, in terms of ACS, they are very much up there. In terms of speed and movement, and in terms of entry onto site, they're still very much there. But at the same time, when you look at all of these players go up there, Satnas just puts more insane numbers. I think that this game in particular, he played with a 439 ACS, by the way, was one of those games where I think like not only was he having so much fun, he was completely just running it down. His teammates just, I think that there was a gap between him and his teammates, but he's able to hold his own. And whenever he goes onto the site, he's already pushing all the way to CT side if he's playing attacker side. And that is why he's getting so many of these frags, because I don't think players like Alter Ego were expecting him to be this quick.
Now the question is, like, the willingness is there to really push the tempo and find that weak spot, you know, even on the more dangerous sides of the map. But as I've said earlier, do they have the temperance to just kind of relax? Because again, all the Thai teams that we've seen so far have just been incredibly disciplined. If they feel like they're not going to be able to just outright play bully Valorant on you, they're not going to force it. They're going to adapt. And I hope Trinity has done the same thing, because the biggest thing that I had on my mind, and it kept repeating for like the last 2 years or so, is strategically and structurally, how are the Mongolian teams going to adapt? Are they going to be somewhat hard-headed and stick to their own guns, or are they going to start branching out and start mixing like these different play styles into their own and make it like, you know, just an extra weapon in their arsenal? But that's what makes it so exciting, right? Because every year we get to see all these players and all these teams just kind of go head to head. Split, Pearl, and Bind are going to be the maps for the series. Now, you know my reservations about Split. A very, you know, tactical map, more so than usual, especially in comparison for the rest of the pool. So I feel like this is yet another stage where we get to see Trinity really show us their new and improved look for the playoff.
Yeah, and I think it's really fun. I think the last time that Trinity played this map was, I think they 13-7'd Alter Ego, which I expected Alter Ego to win this map, to be exact. And I also expected it to be OT, if you ask me. And I think that they had such good control and aggression, which allowed them to just really steamroll a lot of fights, which is always really, really fun to watch. Meanwhile, if you look at Sharper Esports, again, when you mentioned that they are very, very disciplined, this is where things get super interesting. Against a team that, you know, just really runs it down mid, you know, goes super fast in terms of takes. How exactly are you going to kind of like put the stopper to the aggression? How do you make Trinity pause and really question yourselves? And I feel like on Split, it's so important that you do that, because if you are going to allow someone to just completely momentum you and just steam you, that's where things get super hard because you can start to feel a little hesitant. You can start losing these crucial aim jewels because there's so many off angles throughout that map as well. I believe the last time that Sharper Esports played it was quite a while back. I think it was for the Thai qualifiers in February, and it was against I think it was 555. And on that map in particular, yeah, they took that map, but it was OT. It was very, very labored. And I like to think that because they play against another Thai team, I would say is just as sharp as them. This is where things get very interesting because they didn't play this map, at least for this stage. So are they going to be able to adapt from the usual, Thai style playstyle into the Southeast Asian style playstyle? Because different regions have different flavorings, if you may, into how they play, Carlos.
Ah, man, hot take. I feel like I like the mangoes more in Thailand than I like the ones we have here in the Philippines, since we're talking about the flavors.
Okay.
I feel like people might actually crucify me for that. But anywho, going back to the game, I do love the points that you brought up. And it's basically saying, yes, we know how good they are locally, but sometimes the incompatibility of styles is enough to break a matchup wide open. So hopefully they've also done their job and leaned on their back end to really look into how Trinity plays. And so far, I think the most notable things about Trinity is just how willing they are to stand alone. And I think that's a double-edged sword. Just because, you're confident and you're willing to stand up and just take the duel yourself doesn't necessarily mean it's going to convert all the time. I mean, sure, we've seen a lot of the crazy highlights from our Mongolian squad, but again, we're really hoping for a more sustainable type of play. And you know how it is. We're in Asia. This is an incredibly aggressive region. We can land our shots, but sometimes the numbers, they just don't lie. Two people
they're very aggressive, but it just feels like you mentioned, for Sharper Esports, they have that capability to stop. And meanwhile, if you look at the team such as Trinity, it's a lot of aggression. I mean, they can slow it down, but the way they play as well, I mean, in moments that they do call it a slow round, it's just about hitting that pause button for a bit and then throwing all your bodies and your speed onto that site itself. So in a way, they don't really go through that pick and prod moment. But at the same time, I also want to highlight that 140 has done such insane lurks as well. If I'm not mistaken, his timings have been really, really good. Sometimes when he's the last man standing, he can clutch out these 1v2s. So, they have this layers on how exactly they want to approach the fights. They have layers on how exactly the post plans are happening or how the retakes are going to be happening, and they're not afraid to separate from one another because there's a lot of trust, I feel, in them to be able to win their duels. But at the same time, you look at Sharper Esports, you can see that they can aim as well, right? How are the aim duels going to look? Who's going to be faster? Who's going to be quicker to the draw? That's where things get really, really fun, right?
I mean, that's where a lot of our questions tend to stem from, because we kind of just don't want to say that, okay, they're feeling a little bit better today, that's why they're winning it out. I mean, that does contribute. And speaking of thank you guys, by the way, for hanging in there. I know everybody's excited for the games to get going and for the action to start, but we are also just as excited. So again, big thanks to everybody. Curious about the updates and all. We'll be flashing the social media again, the next time around. For now, just sit pretty. So, thank you. Now, going back to Tasha's question. How do you prepare for that, right? Because sometimes the way it works, and this is regardless of the sport too, or the esport for that matter, you can warm up as well as you can. You can do as many rituals, but sometimes it's just not your day. So there's also the mental capacity of just kind of understanding that maybe I'm not that guy today. Maybe I'm not that player.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. And that's where things get really interesting. I think a great point is to talk about, say, Paper X. In days where something is having a bad day, who steps up? And I think that in a lot of situations for Paper X, everyone can fill the shoes when there is one player that's having that bad day. Now, I think throughout the entirety of this tournament, we talked about predictions earlier, and I have to say that I am 2 out of 2 yesterday. And so let's see how exactly I do today, because today, who did I predict today? Production, I need to see. Who did I predict today?
She doesn't even remember.
I don't remember. Oh, this is the... Wait, hang on. This is the first time we did not predict the same thing.
Yes, I think this is the first time we've kind of gone against each other in terms of predictions.
Yeah.
But you will hear all the reasons why you are wrong and I am correct once this matchup is over.
I am held hostage this time. You know, 140 follows
Absolutely.
me. Every time I don't support him, he gives me this sad face. Who am I to deny him? So I have no choice. So I told him, you better be winning today.
I like
Do
how
not
that's such a
ruin
funny. Yeah, it's such a funny dynamic, right? Because we don't want the players to be sad by predicting against them. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
us as fans too, we do get sad when our predictions don't go right. So I think it's a two-way street. You know what I mean? But looking at the composition, Tash, look at Trinity. Like I said, they do have a tendency to be a bit more leaning to the newer agents. You see a decoy on that Whaley as well, Santnas on that Neon. So there's definitely going to be a lot of forward momentum coming into the squad. Meanwhile, Sharper, tale as old as time. Raze and Cypher on splits. Once again, you can see the big differences here in how they construct their game plans for it. And I think that's really cool.
I mean, for me personally, I prefer the Raze on this map over the Neon, just because you have so much more. I mean, the util that the Raze can have, right? To clear those corners, just go huge, just clear out those, with the paint shells, with the showstopper, is just a lot compared to that Neon. But Satnas has been delivering us numbers upon numbers and bodies upon bodies. So this is where things get super interesting on how his interpretation of entry on the split will be.
So it does look like we are going to be jumping into it quite soon, ladies and gents. So hold on to your Umas. We're about to get into split. Yes, absolutely.
Wow.
It is the year of the horse.
Yes.
Too, so I feel like that's fitting.
It quite is. It quite is. Quite is.
Let me get my... yeah?
Yeah, sorry, get your what?
I have my little stuffed horsey here too.
Oh, wow. Okay, sure.
Yes.
For moral sport, yeah? Because you're about to be
Absolutely.
wrong, Raph.
I'm never wrong.
We'll have to see. Okay, so... Whoa! Coming into this match immediately. TRN slowing down. A nice two formation going on here for SP as well, and being very patient. Moves away, Fury, and the shot, nope, finally did. BTC and him made a beautiful crossfire.
Sheesh!
Satnas already grabs 2 in that process.
Right down too, so they're gonna have a good hold on to the site. They still have not vacated this ramp, and now Sharper are fighting tooth and nail for every bit of this first round.
You know, that trip is gonna be so hard from the cross, and Diki, okay, finally shows his hand. And so does Kadum. Satnas wins his. Apinya falls. A jump shot to the face for 140. And TRN, what the heck is that recovery? Because that beginning looked bad.
I really like the composure on how they hit the site. They did take a bit of early damage, but again, you saw Satnas recompose himself and swing out for those adjustments. Despite losing key members, Trinity are off to a really good start. The question is Sharper going to retaliate immediately by going for a force buy? And what type of upgrades are Trinity looking to get? It does look like the judge is going to be right there. I feel like we can blame Dambi for a lot of these judges and shotguns coming out.
Yeah, we can. And the thing is, there's been so many of these round 2 ecos that has been won. Especially with the Bandit recently, it's just been making so much damage up against the bigger guns as well. And these upsets are so common to see. Sends up the Trailblazer all the way up onto Vets, finds nothing. And TRN really taking their time to just poke and prod, get some info. But SP is just really taking their time to hide their hand. A quick prod forward, and Furious has already gotten his, and it's already big value.
Look at this. They don't know it just yet, but B is wide open, and Sharper looking committed to doing as much economical damage. Wow, what a shot by Daiki. As we've said, B is vulnerable. Trinity are gonna have no issues getting the spike down, and this round in the bag.
Yeah, for real. PTC is just, I think, just trying to see whether or not someone's just hanging around for the late lurks, right? I think, especially since they know that 140 always really takes their time, hangs around mid-side area, they don't want to get caught off guard. If anything, time is ticking. You make it a little bit more faster, perhaps go for an exit frag to make it a little bit more expensive.
On the flip side, they can just relax and let the spike take them, just so they can't give enough orbs for Satnav's efforts to power through this team.
Oh, actually, for real.
It is really
One enemy
a bit
remaining.
unusual, honestly, to see the attacking team be a bit more, I guess, advantaged in split.
Oh, yeah.
But that's just how the pistol rounds go. I don't think there's actually a map where the pistols are definitely leaning on one side more than the other.
Yeah, I think, you know, it could have been bad for, but if anything, I think that Trinity really dotted their I's, crossed their T's, they had their flanks watched, they had mid covered as well. And most importantly, they knew the possibility of Sharper Esports to go around. And they were actually hunting for them as well. They didn't want them to just go down the spike. I mean, sorry, excuse me. Sharper Esports wanted to hunt. They wanted to make it expensive for this round. But I think Trinity was aware of that.
Now it does look like we have a chance for Sharper's retaliation. Let's see what they can do with these upgraded guns. Slight change in their positioning here, but a big hit from Trinity nonetheless.
That's really quick. Hitting the sights. Running, in fact. I'm pretty sure a 140 did catch a glimpse of Furious just now. Knows there's a trip there. I think he definitely TP'd over. So I don't think that Sharper is going to be aware that they're about to get backstabbed. If anything, they had moved a little bit more further back. Nike, first contact by Decoy is going to steal away his head. Last falls. And Sharper Esports scratches their head. How exactly are we supposed to go against a team that is just this quick?
Such a hot start here for Trinity. It's clear as day that they're manhandling all these sites. And so far, Sharper still gathering as much info as possible to see what they can amend and adjust. What I do appreciate though, Tash, is that regardless of the position, Trinity are just so willing to put a body forward just so they can take that space. As I mentioned before, there is risk to that. But
Yeah.
at the moment, completely non-existent. Sharper, still 3 players without frags. Hopefully they do get a bit of a jolt before this gets a bit too worry for him.
So, you know, this Satnav's and Daiki already 5-0 apiece.
Poison orb emitting.
Been really good on that first contact play.
Poison's off.
Hot knife through butter, honestly. Sharper, well, hopefully they can, put a stop to it. Otherwise, that's just a runaway half. But I also don't want to say that this is set in stone for Trinity because remember, Naus had such a good start yesterday and they just kind of fell apart.
Yeah, I think they're just really trying to figure out how exactly to play against them. Get a full shot, excuse me, from Apinya. Oh, Decoy takes his back here. And this is TRN still pressing on the gas.
Down A.
A Furious gets a huge upgrade out of that as well. 140. Knife out or not? No, he's gonna get caught here.
Leave us.
Perfect timing. For TRN, they're not gonna... They should be able to retrieve the spike.
Oof. Look at this. I mean,
30
Tass is
seconds
clear too that Laz is going to be the weak point here if they decide to rush him. I mean, he has a Guardian and really not the best armor situation. Does have a couple of cages that might come in handy once this retake starts going. Satnav's making a lot of noise, but he has been such a good player for Trinity as of the moment. Sharper, the retake begins now.
Nice off angle he's holding here.
Remaining.
The double swing throws him off. 1v3, a lot to ask for. Can isolate this fight? It should be doable. Nah. Definitely tell that this round, Apinya started off feeling finally warm.
Apinya. Why does that name remind me of pineapples?
That's what I was about to say as well, yeah.
Right? Like... Oh. It means wise. Or
Wise?
intelligent. That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I have to
In
say,
some other languages.
yeah, I was about to say that, it's such a great start for them this round to win off that eco. And there are just so many rounds. I think you called it, right? With Oasis as well against Sharper. How, he had a really hot start and then somehow one Thrifty just starts snowballing into the next.
It was really frustrating. In all honesty, because again, I'm incredibly suspicious of the first 10 rounds of any game, really, unless I know that this team is just gonna be pedal to the metal when it comes to preparation. And like you said, put on the gas, man. Oil and gasoline have been expensive. Let's just see how long these teams can keep it up before we start resorting to the old ways. And by that, I mean, let's dry peek and fight.
A PTC's looking the wrong way! Did not think about looking into the corner! But Tanka Decoy did try to salvage the situation. Spike out in the open shouldn't be a problem to get it either. As Daiki slowly makes his way onto heaven. That Trailblazer will forced to reposition himself into a different area. You know exactly what to look for. Furious as well. Apina, next one to fall. 2 versus 1. Kadum alone. He has been sharp. His position not yet noted. 2 players looking the wrong way. Finally found. I have to say, I held my breath there for a second. I wasn't sure what exactly is gonna happen.
Me too. I mean, I thought for sure that they were just gonna swing left and clear out at Godspot over there, because it is pretty common to have players both retake and hold from there. But once again, despite PTC's great efforts at the beginning, Sharper just not getting the conversion that they want. And, you know, if I were Sharper right now, I wouldn't be too worried. It is Trinity's map pick after all. And like you said, just rep-wise, they just haven't had too much of time being spent on this map just yet. Trinity, though, doing a good job of holding a 3-round lead.
You don't want to use that judge from that angle, so far away, and Laz completely shuts him down. Kadum forced to move back here, but Daiki will equalize alongside 140. Man advantage. The strafe is good. Furious is 2. But TRN always gets that trade. And once again, a 1v2 situation that is very, very short-lived. TRN on a choo-choo trade of pain here on 5.
Barely been 10 minutes in the 6th round. This is off to the races as both teams are making a sprint towards their goals. A few fumbles here and there for Sharper. Trinity, they are not looking back. They force Thailand's number 2 seed to go for a timeout, and I agree with it. And so far, Tash, once again, the dueling power on Trinity has just been indiscriminate. They've just been all super good versus anybody here.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, their holds, right? They're really good at kind of anticipating where the pushes are. They have these nice off angles. And let's be real here. They're quick to the draw. It really catches SP off guard. And I feel like SP slow peaks might not cut it for them. I know it's just small little, oh my god, it's just fundamental things, right? But, you know, it's just things that I feel that TRN has been abusing, especially in the post plant.
Yeah, I think there's also that misconception where slow equals fundamental, because there was also a time where I was really, really against a lot of the Japanese teams because people were saying, oh, they're very careful. No, they're not. They just don't want to guess. That's why they're slow. And they suddenly like lean towards one more side. But that, again, that was just an observation from a few years ago. They have improved a lot too.
Yeah.
I'd be worrying if they didn't. And, you know, I guess that's also just another way of saying that it's really cool that every bit of like style is so different. You know what I mean? That's why like Europe has their own like flavor to the game, as well as NA and then us.
Yeah. Coming back to this game though. Ooh, Daiki. Great opening. Knows where the Trailblazer is. Gonna try and move forward. Daiki still wins his on the other side of the map. A quick Pernia forward. But over on this side, Apina finally shuts down the menace. And Sunnas with the overdrive online makes things so annoying. Apina is barely breathing. Only 8 HP left, hiding in a corner for his life. And I was so surprised because in the pregame just now, we were looking at 4, 5 ultis for TRN. I'm thinking, okay, how exactly are they going to be chaining this utility together? But the answer is just quick peeks and shots to the head, because the only ultimate that came online was just the overdrive.
It's true. I'm really surprised how quickly Trinity is pulling away from Sharper. And, you know,
No,
there's
not
such
like
a
this.
Yeah, they're such a confusing team to predict both for and against, because you can really never tell what they're up to. You know what I mean? It's really been all of it or none of it.
You really gotta give it to them. I was so sure that after that thrifty round that they bought, they won, excuse me, they're gonna be able to just really snowball it forward, because that's usually how a lot of these comeback stories go. You know, the first few rounds was trying to figure out things, and then after that, you know, what's your takeaway and how exactly should we move forward from here? But TRN are just unrelentless. When you can't figure things out, you prod a little bit, you go even faster.
Well, so far.
Again, look how fast they're already on this site. Satnas clears the corner. Waylay comes in, and even the pit set down as well. This time around, they're a little bit more all in with the ults. Roomba. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Decoy is just so efficient. He used maximum like value out of that refract, but right now he's getting flushed out.
Yeah, Maten goes with 2. Fierce does find 1 head. Satnas in the corner. The judge is deadly. Batek barely breathing with only 5 HP. His teammates making a lot of noise here. Gonna try and bait for him. But Satnas didn't even need that in the end. It's only Furious. Last person standing here. Just gonna move away. Gonna try and steal away a kill. A shot to hit for Batank and even Satnas. But time not on his side. And 140 shuts him down.
Oh boy. Sharper. Making me sweat just a little bit. You know what I mean? But I did not expect any of these games to be a clean 2-0 anyway. I feel like the moment we step onto the playoffs, it just becomes even more tense for really both, for all the teams that are competing. And I think it's a little bit more palpable too for the newcomers, or, you know, the teams that haven't made it this far just yet. Trinity's making the most out of this though. Sharper just looked like a fish out of water.
Oh yeah. Smoke's been set down already here. All eyes are on mid-side this time around. Jump peek and Furious falls. Decoy was not play around with that op. If he can prod a little bit deeper here, find someone. Trailblazer finds nothing, so he sets itself up onto Heaven side.
Like I said, man, Decoy is just so efficient as a player. We just saw the maximum value out of that refract earlier, but can they survive this little skirmish?
Oh, the showstopper comes online, finds nothing. Kadum slowed down. Decoy finds 1 before traded. 140 as well. It's a massacre in garage side. But it's still a man advantage for TRN. And look exactly, this is why things are so interesting and so annoying to deal with. Because Satnas pushes all the way up to CT side, to Heaven side. You have no clue where exactly he'll be playing. Spots Apina's leg. White peek forward. Apina was ready for it. But the op, he wasn't.
Oh. Trinity now up 7. Sharper maybe still formulating a game plan here. But even if there are some protocols set in play, Trinity have just been so good by making all these fights awkward and these skirmishes just so hard to predict. I mean, they really did not show their hand at all early in this half, but suddenly they put a lot more pressure towards B, especially off a shot towards mid. And now Sharper are forced yet again to play around with weaker weapons. Laz is the only one with a rifle, but I'm not entirely sure if this is going to convert into anything. Trinity, maybe they can smell blood in the water. They're once again marching towards mid and maybe trying to take control of Mail. Have to be a bit wary of Kadum's utility here, as well as the potency of the Stinger. But everything else from that just looks like it's been smooth sailing. Trinity, posture up, and relax just a little bit to wait for their teammates.
They're slowly making their way to an A here, and Laz is keeping a close eye onto main. And unfortunately for them, there's a majority of the SP players here as well. Oh, that movement! Satnas was ready for it! That must be frustrating to deal with! And a slow peek up means death for him as well with the Outlaw. That is disgusting. Every single member of Sharper Esports peeks and immediately falls. PTC last person standing.
And barely anything has moved for Sharper here. And And even with a desperate like angle PTC was taking, Trinity were not gonna fall for it. I think everything is just kind of adding up here. Sharper not getting enough maps on split, and Trinity just being super confident is culminating into such a dominant first half. Can't count out Sharper just yet. Second half just right around the corner, but barring that one defuse, Sharper have done nothing. Doom struggling, can't find a gap, can't find a weakness. And the rest of the team just don't have enough space to work with.
Julius and Trinity are just so fast as well on that. But now mid completely in Sharper's control for the time being. Daiki punished for daring to step foot into the mid-side area. Catches Satnas too, looking great already. The op rings loud, finds nothing. A quick shot forward and Batank wins his. BTC waiting behind the smokes. Batank so low already, trying to make sure he can stay alive. The Seekers do come online. Will give away positions. Decoy caught off guard. PTC found. Batank is just making so much damage to Sharper Esports. His own Seekers online knows exactly where they are. 140 in the smokes hasn't been found quite yet. Apinya catches 140 in the midst of the swing. But where exactly is Batank? Definitely not on the site. Didn't see him in CT side. Knows exactly where he is. And that's that. Sharper Esports back in the game. Second point on the board.
Close round, but even then, you saw Trinity burn a lot of time by keeping Batank alive. And we're seeing just a bit more resistance on the side of Sharper here, mainly when they avoid getting clocked by these early fights. And you gotta remember, that was such an expensive round too by Sharper, despite winning it. They had to burn the pit just to have a bit more control over mid. Thankfully, though, the conversion was there, like you mentioned. Trinity, this is something to maybe address down the line, or maybe to pay attention to. Not a lot of big team fighting ults on the side of Sharper Esports. They would have loved to have had that showstopper a bit more often. Once again, that's just how the cookie crumbles. Defense still trying to hold it together by just strings and glue at this point. Trinity looking to shake up the foundations yet again.
Oh, ETC found, and they're just gonna spray through the smokes, forced to reposition further away. A trip there as well. They really don't want TRN to go into garage.
Scout destroyed.
Nike spotted too.
Hopefully, Trinity don't lose the confidence that they've been rocking for these early onsets, because I feel like that's been their main driving force, and it's been really putting them into the zone. Meanwhile, Sharper, you know, this veteran team is not going to take this easy, and they're not going to let this map go. They're going to do everything in their power to try and steal this away. Santnas has a shotgun, but little does he know.
Oh, that was blind through smokes. He already knew the overdrive is online, and Batank comes in second. Finds last before his teammates falls. The players of Sharper Esports are limping right now. Come close to the site and you're gonna get spammed by either that judge or even guns through the smokes. Iris knows exactly where to look, but unfortunately for him, just at a disadvantage because there's so many layers in this post plant that TRN is able to do.
Maybe this is quite a turning point for the region as a whole, because again, for a good minute, it did look like this was supposedly an invincible team, but Trinity, non-believers apparently, just shredding through every single Sharper Esports member like paper. And I wouldn't be surprised if Sharper go for another timeout before the half ends. I mean, I think they need as much time as they can get and they can buy just to keep themselves in the game. Look at the body language though on Trinity. They're just so ecstatic, basically. They're happy with their performance so far.
Yeah, they're very hyped team, and you can really tell they're very expressive as well. It's very fun to watch. But again, you know, this is where things get super interesting, right? I think the last time we casted together, we casted Trinity as well, and we were questioning, okay, Bind would be the map that you want to ban against Trinity. But instead, they leaned into Split instead. And I'm guessing either because they're worried that Sharper Esports may have found a way to deal with their style of play, or they want to see, or they just wanted to bring another map to, you know, to the playoff stage. If anything, I think that they've really understood what maps work for them and how exactly to be playing around the maps that they have chosen. So if anything, if you're seeing the situation, you're like, okay, if I see Trinity pick a map, I'm pretty sure they know what they're doing. What can we do about it?
Man, it is the start of a new half. Trinity have absolutely dismantled the defense on Sharper. Now they're being put on the advantageous side. It's really just putting the final nail in the coffin at this point. Up until we see Sharper had to do something about this. Furious doing...
I was gonna say, I still remember that 1-in-11 to PaperX versus Team Liquid Lotus back in the day.
It's doable.
I would like to see that again now, yeah. Wait,
I think that was a blind shot.
when did that happen?
He burned his dash, refracted out after a shot, and once again, things are just working out for Trinity. Sharper, trying to walk up here with 3 people, might just get pushed away by 140. Decoy finds another one.
Yeah, dude, this guy is having a hot day right now. His first contest has been huge. At the very least, Last finds one Furious as well, so they equalize finally.
There.
Looking a lot better for this team. Smokes are set up already. And look how fast TRN are in that rotate as well. Forced to move away. Nike's timing is good. Great shot to the face. Nike traded. Decoy with 3. Goes to the 4 as well. Fortunately for him, because Furious just ran out of bullets.
All eyes on Decoy. Impact from the start to the end. Trinity really speedrunning this. 11-2. They go for a pretty aggressive set of purchases here. We saw the Guardian as well as the Volta come out. I would not be surprised if Sharper start forcing things here. Maybe they're gonna toy with the idea of stacking on one side and, you know, just trying to brute force their way onto whatever they can get. Because the thing is, you really have to just kind of go up to someone and be within arm's reach for it to do a little bit of damage in this day and age. But there is also a judge looming around the corner with Santnas always threatening CQC.
Good util by Decoy to keep the rest of the team at bay, especially since his position has been found. Great position forward, he gets caught off guard, and that spray is disgusting. From this far, perfectly done by Sharper. Makes their way onto that site. This force buy might be good for them. Trips set up, Santnas rushes forward. It was right before the trips came online. Smokes dissipate.
Oh,
Looking the wrong way, and Daiki will pay with his life.
see what
40 as
140 can do.
Yeah.
Trying to shoo him away, but
Can't do much.
I feel like we're also at the point where we're talking about what could be good for Sharper. And, you know, it's really not a good sign once we're thinking about like, oh, this theoretically could work. When normally we're not too... How would I put it? We don't necessarily second guess Sharper quite often. You know what I mean? Everything they do seems intentional and everything usually moves with a purpose. So far, they've been floundering. And Trinity, they're preying on that despite losing that previous round.
Oh! Blinken, you missed it, I guess. Kadoom definitely wasn't expecting that. Sharper Esports climbed their way up here. I'm pretty sure Daiki did spot out PTC. Moves away, can buy a bit of time with that snake bite. And he still peeks. Finally punished with this life. Hinder comes online and gives Santnas that opening pick that he really, really needs.
Oh, look at that.
Gun here.
Sharper again, getting whittled down. Looked pretty decent once they got the other pick off. But right now, it's once again just a bit of a puzzle for them to solve.
And it's super interesting as well. Speaking of interesting, that's Apina catching Decoy right through his smokes. This is TRN's lower buy round after all. But Sharper Esports is the team that seems to be struggling with the big guns. The rest of TRN really slowing it down.
30 seconds left.
Staying further back, waiting for that confirmation. The Sharper Esports finally committed to that site. They do right here. PTC playing in the smokes, making it really annoying. Satnas unfortunately playing in the wrong place, looking the wrong way. And PTC so much control of CT side. Give him so many frags. But Tank still wants to try. Shot in the leg and PTC falls is ridiculous. But where is the last guy? Apiña alone, and Apiña seals the deal. That was a very, very labored round win by Sharper Esports.
Yet an army of two stands at the end. Good job by Sharper to get this pseudo bonus out of the way. And yet another round on the board. Once again, Trinity, they don't have too much to worry about. They have a pretty sizable lead. But they have to think about solutions on just putting Sharper down. They know what type of recovery that these players can do and what type of damage they can inflict once they get going. So that is the point that Trinity are going to try and avoid. We are going to have a pretty even gun round here. Santanas once again trying to rock the judge, try to clock anybody who gets too close to him. Meanwhile, Sharper, they have a outlaw on Kadum. It seems that they've forgone the game plan of trying to gap close with that raise and maybe have him sit with the backline just a little bit.
Daiki heard all the noise, did not even move. Okay, finally repositions himself thanks to that smoke. You really feel like Sharper Esports is really scratching their heads. How exactly are they going to entry? They're pinging toward, B Heaven, but where exactly are they going to go here? TRN crosses forward, right by the Trailblazer. Call him a smoke criminal because that is ridiculous. Finally knocked down by PTC. Bateng, position noted. Last did try and isolate one angle here, but Satnas is on the top here with the judge one more time. A menace in the servers. Just like my mom cooking in the kitchen for Hari Raya, Satnas is also cooking. That's the hit.
One enemy remaining.
Decoy
Left.
refills that space. Gets himself an upgrade as well. PTC alone. Does have B site. Only Daiki around. Should be fairly winnable, at least with this fight by Daiki. Time is not on his side.
10 seconds.
Right? The initial ingredients tossed into the pot by Satnas, really just up to the team to kind of stir the pot. And that they get. Daiki with a cleanup here onto PTC. A lot of these fights just happening at, again, just for the lack of a better word, an awkward interval for Sharper. I don't think they're used to the hyper-mobile playstyle of Trinity, and it just doesn't help that this map allows for a lot of movement. Albeit a little risky, right? But still, Trinity's doing such a good job of just emphasizing their presence wherever they go.
That's the second timeout called out by Sharper. Raf, what do you think has been the biggest problem, Sharper? I mean, again, we've seen them play for about a year now. 2 years now for us, right? So, it's surprising to see them, in this position. Granted how, dominant they were last year.
Oh, yeah. I mean, first and foremost, I think Trinity did such a good job of utilizing their speed and their ability to just hit the ground running to build up a good lead. And Sharper, that this is the type of team that likes to think a lot. They are quite organized. So while things are happening and while there's a lot of data being processed, Trinity's just throwing out so many sets that are working. And it just helps that they're just so quick to find their shots and find their spacing. So Sharper, once again, they're getting a bit of an idea how Trinity are defending split. But the question is, can they actually make up for this lack of rounds and a safety net at this point? Because one more round is all it takes for Trinity to knock them out of this map.
TRN pushed down mid so deep. Did catch one head, but not enough. PTC trades. But that's still enough info. Gives TRN an idea where exactly the hits are going to be. And Satnas slides straight into the crosshair of Laz.
Oh. Backside, there's a perpetrator there. does get discovered by that guiding light, but 140. I wonder how much damage he can do before the rest of his team collapses onto Sharper.
It's there. Laz
One
peaks
enemy remaining.
fast this game, and PTC as well. In this round, Sharper Esports doing everything right. Only losing Kadum in the process. Decoy. It's a headshot. But good protocols on that double swing from both angles as well. So, Sharper Esports hoping to make this competitive.
He ended the clip at B Heaven in a few rounds before, but this time he just can't find that same success. And like we said, in that round, I think that was like a microcosm of some of Trinity's problems. They just have so much confidence in being able to weather the storm alone that they do leave a lot of these trading posts just a bit more open. And Sharper, they capitalized on that. They might have given themselves a bit more room to breathe here, considering it is an eco. But once again, Santnas, with that judge, I can't stop highlighting the danger of this player.
The rush forward decoy punished. Another challenger comes. Santnas alone and farther back, and Apina is not afraid to take these long-range fights. But Tank on site, a great shot to the head, but traded quickly by Furious. And 140 alone. A lower buy run for them.
Spike
They
planted.
really wanted to try and steal away some
My
hits.
ultimate is ready. Poison
Daiki will get that upgrade.
Remaining.
140 not able to come through. Situation what is 1v3. What's the game plan here, Daiki? Are you still gonna try? Heaven. I swear he's gonna try and send sights too. Toxins are up. She smoked off that site as well.
Oh, wow.
ETC. Yeah, it's a crossfire. How is he gonna do this?
This is a lot to walk through. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if Daiki just tries something here just because he can. But even the first kill just does not go his way. Just do a little bit of a cha-cha around PTC, but PTC is just too familiar with the wide swing. 6-12 now. Trinity still have double Sharper score, but it is looking a lot more composed for our number 2 seed.
Spike planted.
Few impressive shots here too. Makes you wonder, what if Trinity did have access to better weapons in this round? But they have to look forward, or rather move forward, just because they only need one more round to defend this map pick away from Sharper.
I mean, this is the round, right? They have 5 ultimates to use. And I'll be really here. It feels like they barely really super utilize ultimates in this game. The pit goes down. That's down mid. A quick push away here. Sharper Esports kept at bay, but PTC will be the one on site first.
toxin screen down.
The toxic screen will at least slash that site in half, gives them a bit of an access. The Seekers come online. 140 hoping to catch them off guard, but the showstopper is up. The convergence paths popped. And a lot of respect given. But Sana says, no, I'm just gonna rush forward as much as possible.
Spike down. B.
Uh-oh.
And this final time's the charm. Laz in a 1v3. Way to look where to go, and that's painful. Satnas makes it painful from downtown with that overdrive. And Trinity shows us why they chose Split.
Wow, what a great map here by Trinity. Smiles all around, and I hate to say it, Tash, but we just really did not feel both Kadum and Laz on that map. I mean, I feel like they had their opportunity to be impactful, but it just was not there. Perhaps it is truly the time to, loosen the grip on the torch, because either way, the newer teams are here to take it by force.
Man, it's actually insane looking at the speed. Yeah, it felt like they did lose some ideas the last few rounds, but only because there were rounds that they were caught off guard with Sharper Esports speed. PTC especially has been doing a great job. I know he's not the duelist, but the way he moves and entries onto the site and how much space he takes just really catches so many of the players of Trinity off guard as well. But at the same time, Trinity has great adjustments. You lose a round and suddenly they're like keeping mental tabs, mental notes on what went wrong last game. And you can't really abuse that same strat multiple times.
It does seem like Sharper just wanted to really slow down Trinity and just see what they could have done from there. But once again, the wall and the battering ram, both in Kadum and Laz, just were not present. I feel like more so Laz on that defensive side, because that's kind of why you bring the Cypher in, right? Just to stonewall a lot of these jump-ins. But it was really just not the case here. As we look at the stats, it's pretty obvious that not only was the style of play getting absolutely bodied, but the volume was also just completely absent from these players, which is really tough. Hopefully they can bounce back for the second map. Otherwise, Trinity are gonna make me correct by predicting against them, I think. I'm never wrong.
You're never wrong. I mean, again, you know, the map pool looks really good. I mean, for me personally, especially since Bind is the decider, you know, you could really tell that after that performance, it's hard to really say. It's hard to say how Sharper would be playing on that map 3 if they do manage to get there as well. But for now, looking at their split, I think it's a masterclass on how exactly you want to play split. They have a nice tempo going around here, a slower start, really picking and prodding, get a bit of idea. They find someone and either they full commit onto it or they find a different way outside. But most of the time, let's be real here, they see someone mid, they commit to the mid fight. They see someone in garage, they commit to the garage fight. And TRN wants these early fights. And Sharper Esports, they fell for it. And TRN fully loves the idea that if you're gonna take a fight with us early, you best be ready to deal with the consequences. And the consequences is Decoy with a 273 ACS.
Like I said, I mean, it just felt like it didn't really matter who was posted up where. If Trinity could get that first blood, then they're just gonna run through it. And I feel like they've been executing this all throughout the group stage. It just seems like it's another level come playoffs. But yeah, again, big kudos to Decoy for really getting all eyes on him and allowing his team to flourish onto split. And I'm really excited if Sharper does have the ability to bounce back, because it did look like that was just an absolutely one-sided match, to, you know, put it nicely. But hey, you know, there were...
You gotta
honestly,
say,
Tasha,
it
yeah.
was very one-sided. It was dominant. There were a few rounds that Sharper Esports were able to get it, you know, but the recovery was insane.
Well, hopefully it is going to be a nice comeback story for Sharper Esports. But for now, guys, VALORANT Challengers Southeast Asia is going to go on a short break. So it's been Raf and Tash. We will be right back.
I wanna be a hero 自分を信じろ誰かのために心をたぎらせろ You know 困難な道を行く俺はヒーローどんな奴が来ても Take over game over
Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to VALORANT Challengers Southeast Asia. It is still Raph and Tash Bunny on the desk as we try to talk about how my pick'ems are going absolutely correct all the way through. Never wrong. Never made a wrong prediction in my life.
No, hang on.
And
What's your predictions at? Legit.
Anywho, going back to the matter at hand, it is Trinity versus Sharper. It's been pretty competitive so far. Not really. Trinity is absolutely walking down Sharper at the moment. And we're just hoping that it's just not the same story for map 2. As for my pick'ems, I'm not entirely sure how accurate they are. I thought I was gonna start this year strong, but you know, there's a few speed bumps.
No. Let's be honest here. I mean, if we were to play from stats, and again, we casted Sharper last year. So there's a lot of expectations that we have for that team as well. But we did not expect this cannonball of a team from a region that, you know, that had a break from Valorant for like a while to just come back and just show us this. Like, in that 1 year of hibernation, they seem to have perfected how exactly they want to play with their sharp aimers, with how quick they want to move. They knew exactly what they wanted. Now we move to a different map. This is going to be Sharper Esports map pick. Now, if we were to compare, right, the last time these two teams played this map, both teams got a W. Now, the difference is Trinity 13-6 Alter Ego, which is no small feat in itself. At the same time, the same thing could be said about Sharper Esports. They 13-6 Oasis as well. Because of the similar storyline, the similar scores, this is where things get interesting. What kind of gameplay did they play against these teams? Why did they work? And will this style of play still work against each other? Because again, there's VODs out there for these teams to really go for. And if anything, Satnas, I think he's like a staple neon across most maps, right? So speed is the name of the game. They want to be able to do that. But one thing that's great about Pearl is that they have so many long lines, which should potentially, in my opinion, slow down neons if you know how to play with the utility and also angle hold.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just to add on to that, I think Pearl's probably one of the most punishing maps when it comes to teams that just aren't like refined when they take a lot of space. And Trinity, you know, they are very quick, they are very strong, but once again, there is these like few details that they do tend to miss out, and I feel like that contributed to that initial loss to Alter Ego. So far, they've had a lot of things being improved in that short amount of time, and maybe Pearl is gonna be another secret weapon of theirs. But as we know, Sharper, when they are strong on maps, they're really strong. So it would not be surprising to me if Sharper take this map and then we go all the way to a third map. Trinity, they do have an idea on how to run this. They run the Yoru and the Neon again by Satnas, as you mentioned. So there's going to be a lot of mobility. Whereas the biggest difference on Sharper is that they're going to be running that Vice. And you know me, I'm a big Vice fan.
Yeah, I think Vice is great on the map as well. It has a lot of stopping potential, especially with the Thorns. But the biggest problem against Trinity is that they're okay to bait out util. And then they just speed run onto that site. That Furious needs to really make sure when exactly the timing is going to be with those Thorns especially. And most importantly as well, all eyes are going to be on Deco. Because this guy is the one that's going to be moving around the map, especially with the Dimensional Rift. He's going to be the one TPing to the back of site, and he's going to be slippery as heck There's so many things he can get with his ultimate. At the same time, you really want to look out for, for Sharper Esports, right? They have a lot of stopping potential. How exactly are you going to be doing that against a double duelist?
Man, double duels has just been so popular too in the region, and it's been quite fitting, at least in terms of like compatibility with a lot of teams. So far, Sharper is, would I say stubborn when it comes to this meta, because they're not really running.
Stubborn. Maybe they're just more comfortable, right?
Yeah. I'd agree with that too, because sometimes there's always like the discussion, and I think I bring this up like a few times every split, that you kind of want to go for the comp that you know how to play instead of the comp that's strong and you just like don't really have an idea on how to execute it properly. But with that being said, I do hope everybody bounces back on this map, because it was just really such a brutal outing for Sharper in that previous map. Now, once again, this is a map that should be punishing teams that don't have their attacking sets in order. So Sharper, they should be advantageous, I think, because there's been so many times in this split where I've just been scratching my head.
Nice kill for Timmy Turret. Immediately spots out Kadum as well, because you saw a 140 on the elevated angle as well. Put a bit chip damage onto them. But Sharper Esports turns their head toward this A site here, but the only threat is Satnas. With a later push out from Flowers from his teammate, Satnas stood no chance, and so does Bateng. So already with a 2-player advantage, they can, I don't know, quite safely, I think, get that A site.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like there was a bit of a delay trying to get that trade out of Sharper's hands, but it's really hard to fight instinct sometimes, because you as a player, you kind of want to swing out the moment you see some action happening like this. But Sharper, man, they're doing so good.
Yeah, they have nice post-plant protocols as well. TRN wondering where exactly to look. Gonna pull away. No, unfortunately for them, they messed up the hold. Gets a tap one more time. Quick swing out forward. Sharper, nice crossfires means that it's gonna be an easy win for them. That's pistols that they really needed to really kickstart this round.
Just realized Sharper didn't really pointed out that they are running double Sentinel. I don't know how that's gonna like affect the pacing of their game, but they seem to be just that much more confident in setting these bits of utility up. And they know that Trinity can hit their shot, so why not just add more things to shoot? I like that mentality, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. This time I have Satnas with that Bucky, and I think it's really good that Sharper Esports starting to really check those corners as well, especially, since the roller coaster that was split was just Satnas and his judge.
Yeah. I don't think the ranges... Oh yeah, definitely. I don't think the ranges allow for the shotguns to bloom in too many places of this map, but once the fighting happens in the middle of the site, then, all bets are off. Any weapon is pretty potent. And look at Trinity. This is the first time I've seen them kind of sit still on their defense. Sharper trying to work this lurk with Furious.
That hand was out for quite a while. He realized.
Take flight.
Pinya inside the Owl drone. Clear close. Not too sure if it actually does find 140. No. I think 140 should be untouched for the time being. Recon comes in. They rush through as well. Keeps the rest of the players for TRN at bay. Great shot by Decoy. Catching Furious, knowing that the lurk should happen.
Spike planted.
Dink to the head with the classic, but that bandit still is better. A rush through and the relay bolt forward finds nothing here. And from that angle, from that far away, that Bucky will do absolutely nothing. 32 HP, barely alive, and gonna send out that flash forward. Before the flash bloomed, a bit too eager, Beaver, if you ask me. Apiña steals the round away. I have to say, the last 2 games, I think that Apiña, one of the few players from Sharper Esports that's still managing to light up the scoreboard.
I forgot to show my Uma. Because you mentioned Beaver, and I remember it's like, oh, I kept it, but yeah. This is pretty much business as usual for Sharper Esports. They know that they have superior range, and therefore they're just gonna hang back. It did look a little dicey with that classic versus bandit matchup. But other than that, it's pretty good. What does Trinity have in the back? I can't believe they're still trying to rock this judge. I feel like the moment Sharper just hear the neon running or any signs of this agent, they're gonna try and just avoid it the best they can. Whether it be just playing a bit farther or just forcing Satnas to take these awkward fights. Not Trinity. Now they're the ones having a pretty unfortunate start here. It's now Batang, Satnas, and Daiki. Kinda slow. Tech pause first of the day. So how are you guys doing?
Second tech pause of the day, no?
Is it the second?
Yeah. We had one before split.
Really? I didn't even note this.
It was the one where we were having like a whole podcast yapping. Or the one where all the viewers at home were saying, "Caster, start game." Raph, press the start button.
I wish casters did have that type of power.
Nah, production will kill us.
If I had the power to say things into existence, there would be no world hunger. You know what I mean? There'd be world peace every day.
The world peace comes from caster start game?
I think so. I think so.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Remember, I don't notice how there were no broadcasters in the medieval times. Therefore, there were a lot of warring states. You know what I mean? I think there's correlation to that.
I wonder what
Feudal
Michael's
times.
thinking. Michael's probably behind the scenes wondering, what the heck are these two yapping about?
I don't know. I don't know either. Tasha, have you ever heard of Chikawa? Since we're, early in the map.
Yeah, I do know Chikawa. Very cute.
What else?
A lot of goes through stuff. Oh, look, Valorant started. Wonderful.
All right. See, you talk about Chikawa, good things happen. As Hachiwara would say, nantako nare. I think that's how he says it. That means somehow work out. And things are going well.
Hashtag deep.
Yes.
Speaking of deep, that's a very deep angle that's held there. Aldrone spots one out. Hasn't seen Daiki. Daiki refills that space and Kadum was very much ready for it. Sharper Esports this time looks a lot more prepped and ready. Even hot, if you ask me. Still have to worry about
perhaps.
decoy on the slide.
And this is exactly what we talked about, Tash. You have the option to just pick your fights on Pearl. There's a lot of utility there. I'm not going to bother with that. Just going to move away. And it's really because of everything in the center of this map. Just the way that you can invade so much space as an attacker makes this so difficult for any defending team to safely occupy these spots. And Kadum's thinking about it too. He's thinking about walking down that little vent. But the rest of the team probably pushing him to just walk onto A.
30 seconds left.
Decoy's position noted. Walks in tandem with the clone. Quick rush forward here, and Sanas finally hits the mark. Almost traded, takes some chip damage. Quickly moves onto the side. Big shot forward here. Batang finds one. Pina, sharp as heck, will trade. But time is not on their side. They do make it in the end, but the backside is not completely free. Sanas, where is he? 6 seconds to go, and right in the nick of time, they find him. And Sharper Esports, this bonus is everything.
Indeed, the Nicholas of the Timothy. Close, but no dice. Pearl, once again, you are an absolute drag of a map. But it is the proving grounds for stamina. PTC confidently covering his team here. You did see a little bit of a scare there on the planter, but no problem. Could you imagine if there was one more Trinity player alive there and they let go of the spike plant? That would have been a disaster.
Recon straight onto that B site, finds nothing. See a Kadum getting very active this map. His first context has been really huge. Sharp and quick as well. Sharper Esports has managed to really shake whatever that they went through on split.
There.
Oh.
Marked him.
I don't know how this is. Yeah, I don't know how this is going to work out for Batang. They're not checking him. Oh, now they do.
They still
Okay.
do. They have nice layers going on here for the attack. You have one player looking forward, the other one watches his back, and that's exactly how you want to move. It felt like the previous map, perhaps They didn't really find their groove quite yet. They didn't really feel like they're on the same page. This time around looks way better.
I just realized, like, it's maps that have really fast rotates that the Mongolian teams are so strong at. Both bind and split.
And that's what we call
tried.
indecisiveness. I mean, Satnas came in, saw 3 people. He couldn't really figure out which mark he wanted to play with. Sharper Esports knows that TRN would have this flank. Nike found, and so is Decoy. 140, once again, last person standing. Sure, he spotted him at Flowers. Still tries himself, hides away from that recon, finds nothing. Tries to steal away a kill. Nah, that's another flawless. Wow, I cannot speak today. Flawless.
A flea loss.
Flea loss.
I like that word though, you know, like
Esports.
at least you know they're clean, no fleas.
Oh,
But oh man, you saw how awful that was for Satnas. He was in the middle of a literal triangle, a Bermuda's triangle.
Oh yeah.
And I was about to say too, with 140 in that situation, we haven't really seen too many crazy like 1v5s today just yet. I know it's only been 2 maps, but hopefully we do get something like that. 140 with 140 on the scoreline, not having the greatest of outings just yet. But now it's trying a tempo push is Decoy. They're forced back again, Tash. And look, Trinity, they're not willing to let go of mid. They know how much damage has been inflicted upon them just because of all these like sharper rotation.
I think personally as well, because of, you know, I understand how much value they put onto mid. I feel like they're just really all in. And it's giving Sharper Esports so much advantage in a 1vx, you know, because they're just so spread thin. Now Sharper Esports rushes on to that side already. Now take on the backside perfectly. Huge on that pick onto Laz. Nightfall falls. He splashed in the backside as well. Satnas jump shots forward with it, and it's perfect. Pinya still unmoved up until Bateng finds him. But where exactly are the other 2 here? The spike is gonna find their way onto mid. The alarm bot definitely didn't catch him, so B side opened. Hero's gonna try and see if someone gets caught in the rotation. Falls though. Now here comes the mad rush to that B site. 1v4, not gonna be easy. It's PTC and the rest of the world. Yeah, he's able to do insane 300 IQ plays. The footsteps are a lot. Here's Daiki. Makes it easier. But so 2 already. Bateng wants to go for half. A high area held, and Satnas says not more than that. Regardless, it's still a very expensive round.
That was actually so close. I thought I was feeling it, you know, from PTC. I was very intently looking at that clutch. And once again, Trinity's issues from some of their losing matchups are starting to creep up. The willingness to fight alone is very strong, but they have to learn how to work as a team at all times. I get it that they want the same objective, but how they want to achieve it has just been a bit questionable in rounds like this, right? Because look at that. It's all wide swing after wide swing. Eventually, they whittle down PTC. But that's exactly what you want to avoid, you know? It's clear 4v1. You can initiate the pinch play. But again, it's just these little details that eventually will fix themselves. There is going to be a lot of action and a lot of presence towards mid from both these teams. Sharper has not committed to these initial hits, and maybe Trinity have found this pattern out.
I suspect something's amiss. Yeah, they do. Perfectly done, as well as Daiki. Immediately falls. Satnas positions noted as well.
Look at this. Look at Laz just sit there. He's waiting for any sort of aggression here. So far, they haven't really taken control of Double Door and B Link. But now Sharper, once again, crawling their way to all these spaces. Satnas is gonna find 3? No.
That's a jump
1.
scare. You just rush out, you just slide, and you see 3 people. You're like, what the heck is going on?
You know how helpless you have to feel when you're the Sova? It's like, my time has come. You just have to hope for your teammates to clean it up for you. Oh no,
Yeah.
140.
And I have to say, this round just feels like Trinity giving these 1v1s for free. I mean, yes, they're sharp, but against 3 people looking at you, it's not gonna be easy. For me personally, I think that it's just best to save, and it's denied immediately by Furious.
Being sharp is not enough versus sharper. Gotta remember that. You have to try and outsmart this team, which is in itself incredibly difficult. And I think in this very moment, Tash, I understand completely what you mean. Yes, their aim is on point. Individually, they're strong. But you can't have 5 players trying to do 5 different things. It's just not gonna end well.
Yeah. And it just feels like, again, you don't necessarily have to play super aggressive toward door, right? I think Sharper knows that TRN wants to play aggressive mid. Whether it be R, whether it be double doors. And this time around, it's gonna be a full send onto A main, hoping that Sharper Esports would fight them, duel them. But Sharper Esports learned from Split. Nah, not gonna give them those fights. Instead, it's gonna be a push-up onto that B site. B-Long completely in their control already. 140 playing a dangerous game.
Dangerous games. I mean, you know what they say, right? Play silly games, win silly prizes. I think 140 is trying to do that same play here again, where he tries to walk out the smoke. I mean, I think it's justified too, where there's been a lot of players just kind of playing around these things. Granted, they have shotguns and upgraded weapons. Classic ain't no slouch, but you know, there's a reason why it's the very first gun of the game. I think he just barely saw that too. So by surviving, he's already doing such a good job.
I don't think Kadum knows. He didn't push up all the way toward him as well. And there's also the thorns. Smoke comes out as well, comes online. They spot him and see him. And quick shots to the head means TRN has access to the gun. The shotgun comes through. Didn't check him one more time. Nope, finally found him in the end, flushed him out. The Steel Garden will come online. Lasatnas challenges, shot to the head. And it is a bloodbath on this site. A 2v1, Batank alone. The only thing he has in hand is this Sheriff. Hard to do that when you're in a crossfire. So Sharper Esports takes this to 6.
Ooh. Once again, I think the theory crafting from both of us was that, or the consensus from both of us was that since it's such a large map that requires a lot of map control, the high pace that Trinity normally likes to employ, it's just not working. There's just too much ground to cover. Opinia is having a pretty good game here. 10-3, despite having the goofiest death so far. Does have that Hunter's Fury, so this post plan is going to be even more reinforced. Trinity, what ideas do they have left in the bag?
That
oh man,
is instantly traded.
Yoink.
That's how quick these early fights have been. TRN jump peek forward as well. Very safe and very quiet up in halls. Suddenly, you know, Sharper Esports just press on the brakes. Daiki steps up to the challenge. That's the big problem. Because Sharper Esports are just so good at making noise at one angle and just baiting for the other one closer.
Man, I wonder what Daiki needs to do to start contributing for his team.
Don't peek.
He does have lockdown.
It's so silly, but don't peek, unfortunately.
That's fair, honestly. You saw the leg.
Spike
Yeah.
down B.
TRN punishes. Not for long. TRN always in these 1v1s, 1v5s, 1v3s, 1v4s.
Why divide it? Go, go, go!
Cosmic Divide keeps the team at bay.
Go, go, go!
Only judge in hand either. And he plays off the sound of the utility. Gonna jump through here. Slow down. ETC quickly finds him. Attack does find him in the end, but
Predicted this.
can't do more than that.
I did.
Whatever we saw on Split, a repeat is happening here on Pearl.
Just for the opposite side now. Trinity. Look a little lost here. Like you said, maybe it really just does have to come down with the basics, you know? Like, maybe let's just isolate Daiki at the moment. You're Killjoy, you have all the utility in the world to just like hang back and eat snacks. But unfortunately, our friend Ike here is pretty stuck. Doesn't want to hang back. He wants to actively gather information on the map, which is not inherently a bad thing, right? But he has to recognize that this type of activity is actually doing more harm than good, not only to himself, but his team. They're not too far from Seal Garden, so there are a few ultimates here that they can piece together for a pretty assertive take. I mean, maybe just the Nightfall and the Lockdown, but in that situation, the Lockdown is already enough. Either way, Trinity, they go for the timeout, Tash. They have been pretty good off the pause, and I would not be surprised if they convert on this round. It does look like Santos is thinking about just buying conservatively. Oh, wow. That's right. This team just does not have that many credits to their names. So they might just have to wait another round for an even clearer shot at redemption.
I am curious though how exactly they'll be playing this round, because it just feels like that timeout, if you ask me, was very late. I would have expected this timeout maybe at round 6.
Go, go, go. There.
And TRN want to take this fight early. Smoked sends out the Prowler as well. And Sharper Esports does not want to take this fight. They have access to that orb though. Keeps them a little bit more closer. Decoy playing the angles perfectly. Here's alone. Spots one out. Unfortunately, the timing's a bit off.
There.
Batting's been marked as well.
Oh,
Smart move. I'm out of here.
man. I was about to say that Decoy has just been trying to get so much out of this
There.
angle. But I'm afraid, even without too many rounds to their name, they've already pruned the pillar out of any value at the moment. Well, yes, it does stop the free walk-up, and it is an eco. But it's been getting obliterated, not just by the duels, but everything that's forcing him to swing. So the Razor Vine gets like expended, the Nano Swarm gets expended. Daiki does finally get a kill to his name, and maybe this is the start of something good.
You can't see
Yeah.
my face right
Oh.
Can't do much more than that as well. It's just so quick, you know? Again, these 1v1s, 1v2s, 1v3s has been taking. I felt like that first initial shot here, I was so sure that at least they could get one head. It just feels like their peak timing was a little bit off, so they weren't able to play off each other.
Trinity, 1. Sharper, 8. Scoreboard doesn't normally tell the entire story, but at this point in time, it does. What do we have in the bag for Trinity? This time they completely vacate pillar. You see the pings. So look at Sharper. They know that it's there. They know that they've been dealing with it. 140 has also not changed his position too much. And I think Sharper have caught on to that the beginning of a few rounds ago. So I'm not entirely sure what Trinity want to achieve.
Great shot by Decoy down mid there, but all eyes are on B side here.
Go away.
And 140 tries to challenge, and 140 immediately falls. And TRN, they're forced to move back. They're very uncomfortable. You could really tell. They're so used to fast style gameplay, and they're the ones being kept out of the sight. Nightfall falls as well, and the overdrive is online. Kadoom is just breaking everything in his path, but Sunnas just showing who's better.
I'm out of here.
Fast lane comes online, gives him a bit of space to play within those corners, but they have lineups. Cannot even get it to half, forced off that site. The lockdown comes online from Daiki, and they go one more time. The Hunter's Fury will come online here. Last holding the corners to perfection. He gets one, they get two. The opshot rings through. Half finally rushes forward, keeps his teammate online, but unfortunately kills the diffuser. And they can't do more than that. It was a good try by TRN, but the last few bits, the loose ends, they weren't able to tie them.
Oh, I like the idea to try, contesting the long angles with the operator. And initially they had so much value out of that. And you see that they tried to flush out those defenders from long. I feel like maybe Decoy should have moved up just a little bit sooner, just so they have that superiority over B long. But again, the finer details once more eludes Trinity. And Sharper, they are cutting through this defense as if it wasn't there. Post plant from beginning to end has just been so good.
Here.
And this time, Trinity, they haven't really figured it out yet, Tosh, but the reason why they got value off that op was that they shuffled their positioning just a little bit more aggressively. And look at this. Decoy has the right idea, but maybe not the right weapon for the job.
How aggressive TRN is being right now. They've pushed up all the way down up mid. They could potentially go for that flank. Doom is looking the right way, but
There. Wall tripped.
they triggered that wall just to pull away some idea that a flank is coming. So it does keep Kadoom at high alert.
Go.
Satnas, a little bit sharper, a little bit faster. The silence just keeps Sharper Esports at bay for the time being. On the side already, TRN looking the right way. Jump shot forward here, and Furious been doing moves and moves with just that outlaw.
You know,
One enemy
if
remaining.
Sharper... Whoa. I was about to say... Oh. Oh, sorry, Tosh. I really counted this round out already. I was like, okay, there's just no way they're gonna win this. Up until Satnas got like a second one, I was like, I'm suspicious. I doubt that
Yeah.
it's gonna happen. But I really wanted to say, I feel like Trinity's limited map pool is somewhat showing already. You know what I mean? But the fact that Sharper didn't ban Bind is also a little worrying.
Yeah, there's a lot going on with the veto itself.
Look at that. Look at the rounds. There's a pair of scissors in the middle. 1 to 10. They can come back. I think.
They know that they're gonna peek him. He's alone here, and he gets his TPs away to safety, and they're safe. A tank on the back line, but PTC gets 2. This guy just been a thorn on TRN's side. A Furious finally falls. No more of the outlaw in this game. Wasting the smokes, finds the right timing here. The overdrive is online. The Dimensional Rift does wonders to give the information to Satnas. A much better round for TRN and a very similar scoreline to Split. This is deja vu, but reverse the tables.
Yep. I think very clearly it should be very much known to Sharper that they just cannot like brute force their way onto any of the Trinity sites. And they were doing so well by just kind of going with those hits, re-hits. Let's reposition. Let's, you know, rustle them just a little bit, debase them, and then start like sweeping the legs. But this time they tried to fight it like straight up in the middle of the ring and it just didn't work out. Sharper, huge lead. Huge lead. If they lose this lead, it would be mind-boggling.
Hard to say. I mean, again, there's a reason why Sharper chose this. I mean, we had a conversation about the similar scoreline both these teams had against 2 different teams, right? Alter Ego, Oasis. It just feels that in this situation, Sharper Esports were like, okay, we tried to brute force, we tried to play fast, and Trinity kept us on their momentum. How can we break their momentum, force them to play on our terms? And I just felt that on this entire map, Trinity was just so uncomfortable. They couldn't play their game. They couldn't play aggressive because Sharper Esports just disengages in these early fights. They force situations where it's a 1vx, where it's a lot more stacked in their favor. And I think that Sharper Esports knows that when you can't win that first contact cleanly, at the very least, have a situation where you can, I mean, you know, force them to die without trade.
This is a chance to somewhat shuffle the deck again, but that has to, you know, equate to 11 perfect rounds for Trinity for them to even stand a chance on this map. Sharper, they also cannot be complacent. There is a very real risk of dropping this lead. But as of the moment, they are just taking their time again. Double Sentinel, so this should be very easy for them to hold down.
He is very, very deep, and Lazo's ready for him in the corner. At the very least, Satnas trades him. access to A site open. Kadum catches the mid-rotation. Where exactly is the rest is the question. Quick flash. Sharper kept away at bay one more time. It's in the corner, decoy ready and waiting. It is a bloodbath for Sharper Esports. 140 waiting in flowers, and that will be all she wrote.
Okay, so now Trinity have the luxury of deciding if they want to take the fight or not. And obviously, Sharper are forced to fight. Good attempt by Laz there to kind of spray everybody down. But alas, this is not the frenzy of old. Love the recovery from the rest of Trinity here. This is a good sign for their comeback. And I think they've always looked a bit more comfy on some of the attacking sides for most maps, right? Their defense just has been wonky to say the least. I'll double check on the stats for Trinity actually.
Going for a more slower approach this time around here. Really taking their time to see where exactly Sharper Esports would be. So separated, look at them. Really spread out across the map.
Oh wow. So I think generally speaking, their attacker side is a bit more effective when it comes to just numbers across the board. Sharper. Look how still they are.
This is terrible. They're gambling. Sharper Esports gambled onto one side, putting 4 bodies on B. And TRN is walking straight to the stronger side.
Oh, they know. Decoy. Trying to get something going here. But like you said, Sharper all present.
Wait a minute. Apiña with the classic. That's huge numbers. And it's trades on trades. But take on the side here with the better gun. Still shreds through Sharper Esports. Daiki, a little bit far away. 5 bullets the barrel. Where exactly is Furious? Oh no! It's sharp as heck. It's already so expensive. Daiki's timing just better. And I have to say, that is an insanely good round by Sharper Esports.
Yeah, BTC close again to that Cosmic Divide after getting a few kills to his name on this round. And I'm actually surprised that Satnas could not weed out that player in the corner a bit faster. Mainly because of the judge. But like you said, Sharper, they're just a bit faster when it comes to taking angles together. Daiki and Furious in a true 50-50 situation there. Unfortunately, it did not go into the way of Sharper, but nonetheless, they're very happy with how that round turned out. They do have a few discrepancies in the armor, and most of them are fully kitted. Meanwhile, Trinity, because of what happened, will have to settle for either a weaker gun or a softer shell to play with.
Getting the wings here. It's a very tiny angle Laz is playing with as well. Daiki just making his way down through mid here. He does push through Art. He's gonna be met with the Thorns, with the alarm bot as well.
Gotta go.
Slow down yet again, Tosh. What?
Yeah, there's
With
Nightfall as well. On the side already, Furious saw, even though he can't see. Goes to the backside, Apiña trades quickly. The man advantage. No, equalized. Gets that plant. Bateng takes a bit of chip damage, but he's still very much alive. The rest of Sharper Esports so far away. Bit of paranoia as well, wondering there is gonna be one player for them that's flanking. But his mantle is holds to the side. The off angle gives value. Daiki trades. 140 falls. Last in the backside, 2v1 to work with. The one shot to the head, and unfortunately, Daiki whiffs that crucial shot. Sharper Esports 2-11.
Team Ace.
They're definitely faring a little bit better here, though. I mean, they are keeping it super close. Fortunately, Sharper just have that huge margin to play with. And Trinity, despite their best efforts on these initial hits, they still get cut down by the ready members of Sharper. Kind of wondering what else do they have left in the tank. And I'm wondering if they're gonna double up on the Sentinels, because they haven't really seen Trinity fake it out and try to go for all these like more, I guess, like heady plays. Because I feel like it'd be a real problem if we both saw the kits of the Killjoy and the Vice in one site. And look at that, they did that. They did exactly that, but nothing's happening on A.
Oh, Kadoom, unfortunately for him, too many gun barrels pointed his way, so he will immediately be fallen. Waiting in the wings here, Sunnas rushes through forward. He does a crossfire, nasty one inside of Halls. Apinya is only good for one, but Sunnas trades. The same could be said of PTC.
Spike down.
Whoa.
B is in the game, and TRN looks so much better on this low buys.
Spike planted.
Really forcing Sharper Esports' hand. .140 is barely alive. Tucked in a bit deeper as well. Knows exactly where he is, so
It's like I was a smart.
fairly quick to deal with him as TRN manages a 5th point.
You said, well, as long as Trinity can manage the speed, then it is very much doable for them. There was so much happening though towards backside here, and there was just so many weapons firing. It was just so hard to tell who was doing what. Laz, fortunately for Trinity, did not hear that initial shot ring out, or was not entirely sure if it was directed towards him. But Trinity slowly but surely climbing away. Sharper just need 2 rounds to close this out. They have 1 Guardian on Furious. They do have a Cosmic Divide for a retake, so I would not be surprised if they add that to the mix moving forward, rather. Opinion is a little close to that Hunter's Fury, but I'm not entirely sure why Furious was standing on the open.
Whatever Furious dealt him with the Outlaw previously is just served back to him in cold. 140 found quickly and eliminated. That's a gun upgrade too for his troubles. What exactly is on attack and who is defense is the question here. Nike alone. Timing just so off, looking the wrong way. 2 guns retrieved already by Sharper Esports. Looking very dire for TRN right now. Quick flash to the face here is good. Sunnas gets a bit more value and space. Rushes forward, wall bangs them to death. Overdrive is online, and he wants to bring the pain all the way to the other members of Sharper Esports here. Decoy, hold, found his mark onto 1, but where is that second? Shots ring through. Kadoom tries his best to keep himself alive. Deal away a kill. Can't do more than that. TRN, much more better this round. 6-11.
Man, Sharper is not having the best of times when it comes to just these straight up gunfights. And once again, the biggest thing in the first half was they weren't like trying to, face to face. Or rather face tank the aggression of Trinity. They were outmaneuvering them. How do you do that on defense when you're kind of forced to be a bit static with all the sentinels that you have? Is something that's still looming on their minds. They will have a bit more guns to play around with this. Have a lot of things for the retake too. Perhaps they're just trying to bleed out Trinity dry with these big ultimates. So far, they've only gotten rid of the overdrive and have pushed Daiki close to that lockdown. Spike has been left to the safer side of the map, so they're not entirely sure what they want to do either. Maybe waiting for an opportunity to present itself here, Tosh, but that Yoru is already scouting out B.
Yeah, Decoy is so quick on it too. He talked about how much information he can get and how much space already he has been giving to his team. The sheer wall does come online, but the very least has 2 players for TRN online. Full control of halls. They do have that plant as well. Then on the decoy. And the flash as well. Sunnas already onto CT side, finds no one. The lockdown by Laz just keeps them at bay. But that's fine. TRN happy to oblige to play all the way on the other side of the map. The Hunter's Fury does come online to clear off those angles. There's a lot of ults committed just to this game. But Tank falls. Unfortunately, timing's a bit off. Oh, 140. That's a lurk on lurk timing that's just so huge. And the defuse comes online. He's not letting go. Where exactly are they? You cannot cross the Cosmic Divide. They are going to stick it till the end. TRN, you are not in a position to do anything.
Wow. What a recovery by Sharper here. It took them a few rounds to get things going. But once again, with a lot of resource and the will to win, they take this round away. One more to push the series 1-1. Fierce slowly but surely too, adding a few more frags to his name. It's gonna be a while before Trinity are gonna be forced onto just upgraded pistols. But Sharper, they want to end this here and now. Kadoom, close to that overdrive, might come in handy soon. Furious can reduce whatever armory Trinity have with this Steel Guarded. But again, they play it patient, Tosh. They know they have rounds to give. They're not going to overextend. They're not going to show their hand. Trinity, what do they want to achieve?
Well, that Prowler is just perfect. Telltales, Kadoom to his death, rushes for him. Apinya alone, he catches two. Perfect crossfire done. The only thing Decoy could get was Apinya. And in the smokes here, in those corners, he spots out one, not traded at all. Where exactly are you looking, Daiki? What happened? A miscommunication just destroyed the entire round. It's dire. Decoy barely alive with 36 HP. Laz is low, but only his knees is needed. And Sharper Esports shows us their own dominance on Pearl.
Wow. A stretch there that looked a little shaky for Sharper, but they still pull it out at the end. We are forcing a map 3 here, and it is going to be Bind, but Pearl, I feel like went the way we fully expected it to go. Kadoom, starting off his highlights with a frag for himself, because he just was not there for Split. And I'm glad that they are slowly but surely coming alive onto the server. I think this attacking side by Trinity is something to be studied, though, because they've just been a force to deal with. Unfortunately, they just couldn't, buckle it down on the more passive end of things. But maybe, just maybe, this is something they'll fix in the future. Maybe not now, but, something to look at the VODs.
Yeah. Honestly, Sharper Esports had a great idea on how to deal with Satnas, especially being able to play the long lines. And then this last round was just devastating, if you ask me, because everything went in TRN's way, but the recovery that came in from Sharper Esports was insane. That Cosmic Divide gave them so much space, and unfortunately for TRN, it took too long to actually make something happen. The hesitation costed them this map. And it's actually insane to think how both teams really fully excelling at their own map picks.
Yeah. Oh boy. I mean, there are also like some situations where just the speed of Sharper to, move as a unit was giving them everything they needed to keep that pressure up. In Trinity, again, we will never stop talking about how good they are when it comes to just the raw mechanics, but unfortunately, that's just not enough to win out the day. That's here and there, but not too complicated of a story to tell. And Trinity not getting like a huge number of first kills their way was also a telltale sign that this map was just not for them.
Yeah. I mean, PTC, again, you don't expect the first kills to come from, a smoker, the IGL, right? But PTC really delivered on this map. And most importantly, I think that Sharper Esports identifying that Daiki will be lurking somewhere around, found him fairly quickly and eliminated. I don't think he was able to really shoot at all this game. And 140, he's just been a permanent fixture on that B site, always playing that same corner. And if you ask me, TRN looked very one-dimensional on this map. I think it's their defense side, I would say, needs a lot of work. They need a lot of variety, a little bit more dynamic on how to deal with Sharper Esports instead of just holding the same way over and over again. And Sharper Esports started to really adapt to how exactly the defense was.
It's exactly that. I mean, I feel like it's a common thing for tier 2 teams to just not have that much diversity when it comes to, different play styles and whatnot. But those types of things also come with time. So it's not necessarily anything that they can rush. Again, no thrifties on the board for both these teams. Normally we have a little bit more of that coming from Trinity and Sharper. But it just seems like this map was just that well studied for our Thai team. Hopefully it is a true toss-up for Bind. I actually think it is going to be because they're both pretty well versed. And PTC being the MVP of this match, to nobody's surprise, is just a huge help for the efforts of Sharper.
And it's insane to see PTC on his peak form here. he had so many multi-frags. There were so many rounds where I think TRN had the upper hand early. He was able to equalize because of a double or triple frag that he's able to get. And this guy is sharp. I think if anything, this MVP is very, very much deserved for him. And now we head to Bind. And this is where things get super interesting. We talked a little bit about the head-to-head, about Pearl, how both these teams went 30-6s, victory on, against their rivals before. But now, this time around, Bind, as we know, a little bit more, I would say, skewed to Trinity's side. I'm wondering what Sharper Esports has in the bag. And we'll find out about it right after this break, so do not go anywhere. Map 3 coming right at you.
We gotta stay awake.
Bienvenidos a Madrid. Eso no. We are here. Let's go. No confiaron, pero míralo. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora primera me ven. No te hablo del avión. Vine por mi cinturón. Voy a hacer que recuerde mi nombre. No me importa cuándo ni dónde. Yo por esto la subo. nesta casa não tem porta nem morada.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers Southeast Asia. We are at the third map of the day. It's been a really intense outing for both these teams, and so far it's been a really competitive back and forth. It is still Raf and Tash Bunny on the desk as we, ready up for this. Tash, any opinions on the matchup so far?
I mean, I love the fact that each team, they're just winning their own map picks is number one. Sharper Esports are taking a little bit more of a different stance on how exactly they wanted to slow down Trinity Esports with that double sentinel. I think it's really smart how they're doing it. Nas got shut down fairly early. Same could be said about his teammate as well. Daiki barely even came online. So that is a force to be reckoned with. And most importantly, it just feels like they're learning a lot, right? Sharper Esports learning a lot from what happened on map number 1 for Split. They're understanding that for teams like Trinity, give them momentum, you allow them to just feel really good, get really hot, they're just gonna run away with it. So it's a great idea for Sharper just really slow things down. And now we go to Bind. And this is interesting because historically, at least for this season, when you look at Trinity, they have some of the best binds we have seen so far. It's dominant. Every single time they played this map, they played 8 times and they've won. 10-13, 13-6 against Motive Esports as well. And this is the map that I think really put them in the spotlight.
I feel like the only thing that's going to be a bit different this time around is that they start on the defending side, and I feel like Sharper has just been so good when they can start confusing their opponents, and hopefully that doesn't happen in Trinity because this is I would say their signature map so far. Like you said, it's been such a good performance from them. And it would be a little sad to see them kind of get cut down in their own fortress, but that's exactly what Sharper intend to do. This is not a map that they are quite slow at either.
Yeah, I mean, this is really interesting because map 1 for Split, Sharper Esports didn't really have a lot of reps on that map, and it shows, right? And the same could be said about Bind as well, because the last time they played this map was a long time ago. I think it was against Full Sense in 2025, back in November, during the Grand Final Southeast Asian qualifiers. So the question now is, if you haven't played a map this long, there's always going to be 2 things. Your strats are still hidden and you have something up your sleeve, or is the inexperience going to show just like how Split was?
That's a very good point to make because, again, Sharper is a team that really does run on solid information. And so far, we haven't really seen that much strength when it comes to freestyling and coming up with things as they go. So this is truly a test for both these teams, and I'm really not sure who's gonna come out on top, you know what I mean? Despite my pick being Sharper, I firmly believe Trinity have a good chance of taking this all the way home, or at least for the series.
I mean, you only feel that way because we have stats to work with, right? But there has to be a reason why Sharper Esports let this map, and I really would like to see them really show us what exactly makes them tick on this map as well. As we all know, players like Furious, Apinya, Kadum are no slouches. PTC showed us that IGLs can also frag as well. So it's gonna be really fun to see how exactly things are going to be moving forward.
Oh. Well, that being said, we're still just waiting for this time to, wind down as we see the players just ready up.
Regardless, coming into this game, Sharper Esports gonna be quick on it. Oh, right click through the smokes, and that tank was already low to begin with. Immediate dump of util all the way to backside, and Kadum slowly makes his way forward. The Haunt finds nothing.
Oh, now we have a game on our hands. Still no plant down, no commitment whatsoever. And look at Trinity. They're so passive here, Tash. Barring the one member that's already on site, and that's 140.
Fortunately for him, gets caught out fairly quickly. Furious goes for 2, and so does PTC. Sunnas, the only thing he found was Laz. In a 1v4. Yeah, a lot of chip damage sent out, but it's a tall order. And Furious already taking out so much space onto elbow, means a quick flick to the head. And pistols to Sharper Esports.
Oh, I really like this deadlock pick. I didn't realize like we couldn't like, you know, kind of hover over the agent selection here, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna bring that up a lot more often as the game progresses. But yeah, deadlock, I feel like underrated as a pick. Does need quite a bit of execution to really pull off, especially at the highest levels. And I think it was already showing a lot of value, Tash. It just delayed that so much, isolated 140 away from the rest of his team, and Sharper just dismantled them, dissected them one by one.
Oh, decoy. Definitely heard all of that. Smart, so not sure if his presence had been noted previously. Carl comes through, he breaks it, and immediately just jumps away.
Oh. Again, showing a lot more respect for both sides here. They really don't want to take too many risks before too much damage can be done. Waiting for really anything to happen on B. Look at this quite heavy stack towards Hookah, but none of the players on Sharper sides have shown interest on it just yet. They might be rotating through market to maybe bolster the forces towards A. And it is going to be such a tough time here for Daiki and Decoy if they can't get the response quickly enough from their team.
Furious slowly making his way onto that site. But the rest of TRN are just huddled onto B. They chose wrong, and there's only one person close by here. And Daiki's already locked off that site. No entry. That's be fairly easy as well. TP rings through. So all eyes are onto Showers. Apiña waiting to the corner here. Position's noted. But all he has to do is just spray! And Daiki only good for one. 140 couldn't even finish his rotation. And once again, question marks coming up from TRN. Tries to steal away a kill. Falls. So, that's 2 fairly quick attack rounds already for Sharper Esports.
This is an entirely different puzzle that Trinity have to deal with. I mean, just the power of isolation is so apparent on this side of Sharper. They have the Vice who, again, with the sheer, can just make these fights so lopsided. Now you add the deadlock to the mix where you have even more walls to deal with. Plus, GravNet and everything that's in this kit is just designed to make any retakes or any forward movement so clunky. Sharper, I really like this comp. And so far with these first 2 rounds, it's been mighty well done. Trinity, how do they respond? They have something that's a bit more cookie cutter on their end.
Already making their way onto the site here. Satnas is peeking up a little bit, see if anyone's close. Pretty sure his little pigtails did get noted there. And Daiki swings. Timing is good. Apiña, unfortunately, will trade him. But they're still kept off that site. Daiki couldn't hold his own. That Bulldog is doing so much work. A Decoy will refill that space. Spots out one onto bench, but Furious is ready for that trade. Quickly held down.
Bring them down.
Ew.
Actually, this retake, right, Raf?
2v3 at the moment. And so far, 140 and PTC have slipped by each other again. This time, though, PTC might have the jump onto the other Brimstone. Harper in danger of losing this round unless Apiña can do something about it.
False. Time on their side. Furious has been so good with these multi-frags, and he's just delaying for time. The crossfires are good. And they're just pulling and playing with their food here. Sharper Esports on a rampage.
Well, at the very least, Trinity are slowly getting the idea of how to deal with this. I mean, they're not really letting the utility be too much of a hindrance, but again, Sharper still have enough of an advantage to really play with the rhythm here. Much more so that the bonus went in their way. Trinity with the Sheriffs, yes, we know they're lethal. Yes, we know just the ceiling of this team, but at this point in time, the longer the set goes, the better it gets for the older team. And Furious gets a third on the board, make it a fourth.
Serious?
Maybe get the first ace of the game. Maybe they're gunning for it, but Sharper just want to get this done and dusted. Oh,
What?
Pinya just closes it out. No ace. Still a very convincing round.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Enemy remain.
Oh. Oh my
Raph?
goodness.
Raph, what the heck was that?
I don't know. I mean, Sharper, they realized we're really good.
He's 10-0!
I think somebody is pretty fed up with the other team. And you could say he's quite furious. Yes. You can laugh. I know I am hilarious.
Anyways, Steel Garden Online and Sharper Esports, while they have really dissected how TRN plays the defense side, they know exactly where to look and how much space they've taken. TRN good for one here, and the stim does come online. But the lurks on lurks, there's so many layers to Sharper Esports gameplay. And Laz watching down Hookah. Gonna find a kill of his own. The other two coming on from elbow have an idea where to look, where to go. Kadum falls, rushes forward, but little they notice two more players are waiting in the wings. And PTC trades decoy 2v1. The molly comes online, the stim as well. Dodges the first shot of the op. But in this situation, what can you do? Personally, for me, I would go for a save. And that's exactly what he's doing.
As time passed, I used to really get so annoyed dealing with like post-plant setups and just these uninteractive like plays. But right now I've really grown to really appreciate this because it does take a lot of time and coordination with your team. Trinity, they just have no response once Sharper fall back, you know, like, okay, let's get the plant down. We're just not gonna deal with the fights. Let's let the utility do their work and we'll let the game come to us. And that's just been such a solid plan for them. Sampnas tried to push up the tempo again, but PTC just has been solid at this opening volley of rounds. And you can see there's just a lot of weight coming off the shoulders of Sharper. They're incredibly comfortable. This seems like this is how they envision this matchup. They still have that operator to deal with though. So Trinity, they have a slight, very slight like ray of hope for the rounds moving forward.
The thing is, for both these teams, I think at the very least, they've really shined on attack side. But Sharper Esports has really take their time. They're super quick on it as well. And they've really dissected how exactly TRN would play. They knew exactly where to look when TRN's on their saves. They know exactly where to look when TRN will be posted on rounds where they're a little bit more, I would say they're a little bit more, where they can buy, excuse me. And the later lurks, they have one later lurk and you think that you're safe. No, there's going to be another one coming later as well for Sharper. Either it's going to be Furious PTC that's just really taking their time with the lurks from two different angles. It's just been amazing to watch.
Amazing is definitely one way to put it, but painful if you're a Trinity fan. 140 trying to hold it down with the Sheriff. I've had a few opinions on the players who's been, or rather, holding Hookah. But wow, I can't believe Decoy lost that straight up duel to Kadum. That Nas is trying to sell this. Yeah.
I think since map 2, right, Pearl, it felt like there was a wake-up call somewhere there. And he's like, oh, right, I can do that. And he's just been going insane ever since.
There.
He does have a bot to check for this.
He's in the wrong corner and the wrong gun as well. Laz was waiting for him. TRN still have no clue how to deal with SP's execution.
Yeah. When Sharper started like being a bit more organized, Trinity just
No escape.
have been a little lost in the sauce. In Sharper, they got just the extra large bottles with them.
They're really checking every single corner, the wall banging all boxes to death. Still, Daiki got a lot of options to work with as well with the lesser guns, but Tank as well can't do more. That's a flawless, so I suspect that the timeout was actually for this next buy round.
One dream ends.
I mean, it's good timing too. So at the very least, the idea is gonna be fresh, and they can act on it instead of like getting muddled up between like, oh, what should we do for this round and the next. But this is such a small detail. But if only Trinity swung with all three players at the same time, maybe that would have ended badly for Opinia. And this is something that we saw in the previous matchup with Alter Ego. Not entirely sure if this is the first time they've ran into Sharper or the second time, but Sharper definitely looked that much more prepared on this map.
How where Satnas is already posted so close forward here. Fortunately for Nico, loses his, and so does Satnas in the end. At the very least, Batank still very much online, steals one for himself. Furious falls. Nike looks the wrong way at the wrong time, unfortunately for him. Finds nothing.
Yep. And now Sharper have such a firm control over Showers here. This walk-up is essentially free. Now 140, he's not challenging this. He's just hoping that somebody might walk into his crosshair from short. Sharper, as usual, going for the safer route. Not entirely sure what they have left in the bag for utility. They still have 3 smokes and that molly. So PTC is fully intact as well as an orbital. So they can just play this post plan again. Trinity, I don't think they've decided if they want to save up or contest this just yet.
30
but
seconds
ultimately, if 140 gets a kill, we are going to see Batank make a mad dash for the site.
Spike planted.
Antis. If smoked off, does have the orbital strike as well as the molly to work with, so you want to be able to just really find him quickly. There's the C's and the molly. TRN in the corner there, tucked away. He crosses. He gets it to half.
One enemy remaining.
Still, Adum gets him in the end. The util dump is actually insane if you ask me. But Tank rushes forward. And it still feels like TRN still has no idea how exactly to deal with them. Whether it be the pre-rounds, is keeping them off the side during execution, or even those post-plants. They had the right idea with those smokes, but I just really was hoping that they would actually push through the smokes and fight, do what they do best, which is shoot and jewel people.
I just really like how Sharper are playing right now. They're just so technically sound. I love that they're utilizing everything, you know, these obnoxious setups, these combos. And, you know, it is a tournament. Like, all is fair game at this point. And, you know, like, I feel like they might have figured it out. When Trinity can see us, we have a big disadvantage. When they can't see us, we win. And that's exactly what happened in that previous round. Crazy lineup by Kadum with that operator. Plus the C's with the paint shell. Plus the C's with the molly. And Trinity, they are down 7 rounds. We have not really seen any signs of life just yet. And they're a little unmoving with this defense. Maybe Decoy is the biggest difference here. Like, you know, having a bit more presence towards Shower.
Ooh, that was
Kadum,
needed. They needed it.
Yes.
They needed that so badly. And I really like that they're really taking their time with this. Batank is low in the C's, and also the net will be traded. Unfortunately for Batank, he's going to be taking the short end of the stick in that matchup. Sharper just waiting behind this box here. Decoy doesn't check, looks the wrong way here, and also the perfect judge shot to get 2. That's a call-out, isn't it? That is terrifying. Daiki somehow managed to sidestep the annihilation, and somehow what?
To make this easier for them.
Whoa,
I'm in
what a
shock. I'm in
response.
shock. I'm in shock.
It's true. I mean, kind of can see the difference in how they want to use their ultimates here. What a great recovery by Trinity. But they'll have to keep taking rounds like that to keep this competitive. Decoy's reaction was actually so fast here. But once again, Taiki landing those shots, keeping his team alive, and trying to manage the snowball as well as they can. Although Furious did have such a menacing first 3 rounds, he has cooled off very slightly. Could actually get caught out by the operator here.
Prowler does find one, and immediately Kadum's reaction is to just turn on that showstopper. But with this pit, he starts to hesitate.
Oh,
Gonna move in tandem with the Prowler, sends it out, finds nothing, but still gives him access to U-Haul. Or he meets the Satnas. Immediately falls. Daiki does get decayed, does get moved away in the backside here. PTC gets a barbecue, in fact. A PTC unmoved with the multi-frags as usual. The way he slices these angles are almost surgical.
PTC from WC, absolutely destructive. Gets a third and wow. Trinity, as quick as they recovered, they fell right back into that pit of despair.
Oh yeah. 140 once again, last person standing here. Should be able to beat PTC, and it's a quick kill by Furious. I have to say, the maps that's been played today have been incredibly one-sided for both these teams, and Bind, unfortunately, despite everything, is looking much better played by Sharper Esports.
I'm thinking what they can do to maybe resolve this issue, because if they do stand a little too far from the site, they do get blocked out by the deadlock. And if they do try to fight, Furious and PTC are obviously causing problems here. Doom as well.
In the wings, you're hoping for TRN to push out. They didn't make a lot of noise onto A main, so it's understandable that why they'd be expecting this, especially with this very, very deep smoke. But if anything, they've layered it. The one way from the poison orb finally goes down. Nope, back online again. Shots traded, but nothing online. That snakebite should delay a little bit more time, but this feels like there's a lot of util used. Clone sent out.
Stim beacon down.
I crossed. Decoy wins his, and TRN holding down the fort on Hookah for 2. Nearly gets for 3. A lot of bodies sent in here just to brute force their way onto that site. Knows exactly where Decoy would be as well. And the spike once again making its big rotation, its migration onto the A site.
Steel Garden is here to absolutely grief the living heck out of Trinity. And it does look like this is a willing 1v1 by Daiki. Furious has the read. He gets it too. So now a clear 1v1. Do we go ring around the rosy?
Oh, there we go. Overdrive used just for that as well. Just the possibility of the Steel Garden coming online is already good. They have the insurance.
What a great hold here by both Decoy and 140 to just bring this round to an even more winnable situation. Again, Furious has not stopped from his hot streak. He was very close to clutching it out. And at this point in time, they can't really contain him. They're just trying to slow him down as much as possible. There is still a 6-round buffer between Sharper and Trinity. But once again, I know Sharper is going to be quite delicate when it comes to defending this lead. Kadum has a Outlaw again. Has not been the best sign, honestly, for Sharper when they relegate Kadum to the scoped weapons. He's been pretty solid, though, with the operator.
Of silence. Gear shots coming through. He just really prod around hoping for a response. The TRN is just doing their best to give any info. They know Satnas is by boxes, so the idea that he's going to be holding a shotgun somewhere there can already be expected.
Well, Opinia has certainly found himself in a good spot. And he's allowing some of his teammates to walk up. 140 has taken damage from some. I'm not entirely sure where. But if they can get rid of PTC, that's no smoke on the board.
They read that crossfire to perfection, and Batek just trying to double down with Util again and again, and Kadum was ready for it. Util down backside once again just to clear elbows as well. And they cannot cross one more time. TRN, what are you gonna do here? Gonna try and break through the mesh wall. They do break it, the barrier mesh. One corner at the very least. It's flashed out. And the smoke dissipates. Looking the wrong way here. Decoy waiting in the wings. Knows exactly where Laz is here. Tries to go for the fight. He goes for 2. And even, no, not yet 3. 8 bullets in the barrel. Forced to move and reposition away. But where exactly is one more player here? I want to see the panic in the wings. Nike finds Fears, Apinya, and Satnas 1 each. And now we're on 1v1. Satnas barely breathing. He's low. And he rushes through, gets the defuse, gets a tap, but Apinya was not biting! Red to perfection. And we're on 9 for Sharper Esports.
Last round.
What an intense round. I mean, just seeing the scope hover over CT was nerve-wracking. And now we see Kadum like land so many good shots to get this site in the hands of his team. Decoy nearly had something going there for him, but once again, because they took so long to try and wrestle Hookah away, Apinya was allowed to linger here and just burn as much time, causing Trinity to panic as a whole. What ultimates do we have on the board here? Not much, but PTC is certainly having a field day with his orbital nearly collected to completion yet again. No annihilation, nothing like that. But Trinity, they are looking to do this with maximum effort.
Nike is playing very close by. There's 3 bodies for TRN on this A site, sure. But they're separated. They're in positions where these fights are isolated and not able to be traded. Daiki Decoy falls, and so does Satnas. It just feels like TRN are confused and a little bit lost.
6 bullets in Batang Sheriff and a bunch in the Bandit. Much less now that they've been found out. Sharper. They now have this game in a chokehold yet again. Trinity are back into a corner. That first map just did not translate so well into this series. Only feeling like it's delaying the inevitable.
Really hoping there's signs of life in the second half. For the time being here, it's a 2-10 half once again. What are the odds, Raf? All 3 maps, all 2-10s. Kinda scared.
Well, you would be scared if you predicted Trinity.
No. Yes.
You would not be scared.
Wait! My reputation is at stake one more time.
Why so?
Listen, last time I predicted Trinity, I was casting Trinity. Lost. And I didn't cast Trinity. Won. And
dear.
today, please, Trinity, you have to win. I have to beat delegations, Trinity.
Sharper, you know what to do.
We're gonna hear the chats. Oh my god. Biased caster.
It's only human to have a bias. That's just how it is. But at the same time, I have not heard of such allegations in so long.
Yeah,
I'm a man of numbers. Yeah.
Okay. So, TRN win condition. Well, hoping that you win your pistol as well as the next round. Hoping you win the bonus.
Mm-hmm.
And pray you snowball from there. Because that's a long way to climb.
It's not the destination, it's the journey, I think.
Oh, yeah.
But I feel like it's the opposite for me. Like, if I really, really like teams, I tend to get incredibly emotionally invested. But then I end up, like, pointing out so many things the team I like is doing wrong.
Critical
It's
fan.
just this... Yeah, it's the sports fan in me, you know? But I'm very neutral for the most part. I'm just here. I'm happy to see good Valorant. And I just really enjoy the show.
Yeah. Probably did find someone on the site already here. And Sharper Esports in exchange has decided to just
What?
send it all out. I'm not too sure what happened there. That was chaotic. Sharper Esports
Rubber
looking
bullets.
to just coming in from the other side here. Yeah, Furious with the very, very late crunch, hoping while his teammate rushes forward. The smokes does dissipate here. And Decoy making a lot of noise to pull away sounds. And how did he land that shot onto last? That is incredible. On the backside, attempt to the hit onto Atpinya. And now it's Furious all alone, and 140 has an idea. What a flick. 3-10, 7 rounds to go, and TRN, this is the first step forward.
Mechanically, Trinity is just so good. Like, their point and click accuracy is just through the roof. But once again, we are always going to talk about the bigger picture as a whole. They really need to sharpen every single other aspect of their game. Their pistols are impressive. Their first 2 to 3 rounds are very much there. But they cannot just outmuscle a team like Sharper. Every single facet of Sharper's game has been refined to a pretty good point, that, especially this late into the season. Trinity, rather, still looking for some stray picks here. ETC looking awfully sneaky in that smoke.
Oh, the smoke will dissipate, and it does give him away. Barely Atpinya gets his classic kill onto Satnas. Unfortunate for him, once again, TRN caught alone in a 1v2. Turns the attention onto B long, but that's not exactly where TRN is going here. Looking to rotate back onto the A side. Decoy waiting in the wings there. One tap to the hit. He was already low to begin with. Arumba should keep the rest of TRN at bay.
You gotta be careful. I mean, there are some weapons to be picked up here. Atpinya has got the Bulldog. There's one more rifle, and with Trinity delaying the plant, it's gonna give them more room to do it. But wow, unfortunate for Kadum.
Yeah, and I was kind of surprised that he wasn't
30 seconds left.
anticipating that it was going to be someone pushing from shower side here. Atpinya with the late push once again. Late lurk, excuse me. And Daiki tapped to the head twice! And that is a ghost, ladies and gentlemen. Only Daiki can make it look that good.
Trinity showing signs of life yet again. But Sharper trying to finish the job and, you know, possibly bury this team. I like that Trinity are dragging these rounds just a little bit more, just to keep a lot of opportunities open here. Atpinya nearly gets that though, but once again, cannot sing enough praises for Daiki. I do love like how positive this team is, despite how dire the situation is looking for them. Trinity fans though have no fear. They still have a lower bracket run if they end up dropping the series. I'm only saying if because Sharper have a 6-round lead, and with this weapon round and a bonus ahead, they're looking good.
Right as the bullets finished in the bear, Atpinya gets Satnas. The rest of TRN kept at bay one more time. The barrier mesh does eventually fall here. They're layering that with the C's as well. Here comes the net. Decoy does make his way onto the site, but not for long as Kadum gets to trade it back here. But Tank is just going huge with 2 picks. Nightfall hits Furious. He's barely alive, 1 HP left. A Tank with an upgrade here, Phantom in hand. Does have access to that spike, so could potentially cut noise, keep Sharper Esports antsy and questioning, maybe force a rotation. I don't think Sharper Esports is biting for the time being.
I mean, he has a Haunt and a Prowler. Has everything to play with, but like you said, Sharper would rather play off their data instead of going for an assumption here. I think ETC's barrel stuck out there just for a moment. But Tank walking onto this, not a good sign. Potential clutch still at hand.
Yeah, nope. Right as you said it, ETC spots him out. So, a good try by Tank, but not good enough. 11 points in the bag already for Sharper Esports. You could tell they're really just riding off the wave and momentum here. Look at these shots coming from Kadum.
So close for Trinity here. I do like that they're getting a bit comfier with some of these slower rounds. It's a good sign of growth. But Sharper, man. Everybody is performing. And even if Laz isn't getting too much volume to his name, the barrier mesh and the traps have definitely forced Trinity to respect this composition.
Curious. Spamming the smokes, hoping to find a head here, and TRN just really slowing it down. Saw a Prowler used and smokes as well. Wondering if TRN still wants to commit to the site. Smokes down already, and PTC sprays, and it's perfect! Finds the right timing, but TRN would burst onto that site. The C's does connect, but no follow-up means that Sharper Esports is still very much unmoved. TRN peeking slowly. Unfortunately for him, Furious was very much ready for that. Decoy steps up to the plate also. Ooh. Great stay forward. A large sprays in strafe in fact, and Decoy wins out his. Round 2 of that plant comes through this time around here. A haunt to the backside broken. The peak by Apina eliminated, and so will PTC. And U-Haul, the final person left standing here. Laz, what can you do with a judge from that far away? Not a lot. Swaps guns. Still tries. TRN not looking the wrong way here. A nice off angle held, and Decoy gets his. TRN on attack side looking so much better. Signs of life seen.
For a moment there, it did look like they were getting stuck in a corner, and Sharper were ready to just absolutely sandwich and crush them. But with a few fancy shots coming from Daiki and Decoy, they were able to wiggle it out and get some space and freedom for this plant to go down. And one thing I've noticed with Trinity is that they are just really good at holding these narrow angles that normally a lot of people wouldn't even dare to do. Sharper burns their first time out of this map. They've had a pretty dominant first half, but the second half has just not gone their way so far. They want to change it. They want to end this series. They do have quite a bit to use. Vandal on Furious side, but I doubt that he's actually going to go into this round with that full buy. They might just settle down for a minor upgrade. They're not necessarily rushing to the end here, Tash. They only need 2. And with Trinity's economy, it's not looking too great for Trinity if they even drop 1 round.
They have a lot of util to work with. And I feel like this is really good. You have the Showstopper just to delay. You have the Nightfall as well. I feel like one thing that's been great watching this map in particular, Sharper, is just how they've been cycling their ults. They're really good with that ice cycle. They're really good at managing util in the pre-round as well as that post-plant round as well.
Yep, there's been so much like flexibility regardless where we are situated in the round.
Oh.
These
are things that really interesting. Sharper Esports also showing early aggression on this save side, on the save rounds. They still have control of that spike for the time being here. But
they do.
Yeah, the Showstopper is offline, so it does give a little bit of breathing room for TRN.
Toxin screen down.
There's a lot of narrow angles here too, so Furious might just have a field day.
That was a perfect flash. And Furious could see nothing at all. Decoy pushed so far back to U-Haul, and Laz barely even blinked and he was dead. Apina with the late lurk here. The timing was good. Daiki knows, and he's wallbanged to death. He's barely alive, limping.
Still waiting.
Force back. He still wants to steal away a kill, but where exactly is Decoy is that question.
1 enemy remaining.
Well, right there, hasn't been moved. That's a TRN round win there. They're starting to build up steam.
I'll pick them apart.
Similar story to Pearl, where it took them really quite a bit of time to get themselves going. And as we've already established, their attacker side is that much better than their defense. But once again, time is ticking. Sharper once again are slowly but surely building up the resources to actively take down a Trinity without actually seeing them. Trinity, on the other hand, they have a Dimensional Drift, they have a Viper Spit, so off the back of Daiki and Decoy, they have been hanging on to this thread, this incredibly fragile thread.
I'll handle this.
It's a brawl! And Decoy, everyone's positions noted here. Daiki finding that right timing here, plays at the very edge of the thorns. finally has entry onto that site. The pit will be dropped in here. And Decoy is making life so much harder for all of them. They do have Annihilation coming online here. And Batek falls. That's a nice spray through the smokes. Daiki and Decoy are so very low. And finally, Decoy falls. TRN at the very least trades him. But where exactly is Furious is the question. Looking the wrong way. TRN falls. The Steel Garden online. And Daiki. Gun in the wrong hand. And PTC takes full advantage of that. Momentum broken and Sharper Esports on match point.
As we mentioned, as long as Sharper have the tools to win the round without actually engaging in like fair gunfights, they are gonna do exactly that. And tactically, they've just been that much more sane compared to TRN. And TRN, no matter how fun they are to watch, they are once again being pushed to the corner here. That was such great timing too. The moment they had to swap out the weapon, they just couldn't retaliate. And you know, Daiki has been so good in these last 5 rounds. But one more is all it takes for Sharper to close this book. And Kadum can sense it.
Send his body out for a kill, but TRN gets 2 in exchange. Through smokes is the right way, but PTC's timing is just so much better. Somehow dodges the shotgun shots.
Sharper again playing with fire. They know that this speed is just not in their domain. They still have 2 players left alive, and Sharper, they have a good grasp of where everybody is on Trinity's side.
Furious found his first, but Tank equalized the 2v2. Oh, where's the other 2? Furious does have the Arc Rose and the Thorns to work with.
One enemy.
Quite nice RF angle held, and we also have the Orbital Strike online. It's perfect. Herded all the members of Sharper Esports straight to Decoy's crosshair.
Although Sharper tried to maintain good momentum here, they still, you know, tempted fate by going for that. And once again, we know that Trinity is not a team you just want to walk into.
One enemy remaining.
They try to go for something unexpected, didn't work out. They do have enough rounds to just kind of relax. And once again, build up the ultimates. They have PTC's Orbital Strike, but they want something else to supplement it with it, rather. They have 2 judges and 2 buckies. Decoy, don't do it. That's funny.
No, that's always like a, you know, as someone that watches the game, that's always gonna give you a heart attack, right?
It's so interesting to me, Tash, that there's only very few teams that can overpower Sharper when it comes to gunfights. And, you know, I'm glad that Sharper still have the protocol to deal with it, but a big hit towards B.
Oh man, PTC is a bandit merchant. He's been getting so many pickoffs with the gun. No, our Laz is at the very least in the corner there. Gun barrel spotted, and Laz falls. Oh, where exactly is Furious? Knows where Furious is on one end, but where is the other? Hasn't spotted Kadum quite yet. Teammate is there. They definitely heard the jumps as his teammate will slowly walk up. Elbow. And with, I don't know, Bucky in this economy. Oh, gets a bit of value. Can't swap guns either, and he's completely crunched in this corner. They're playing around with his food, but just heard it toward Daiki, so TRN still very much in the game, still very much trying to push their way to overtime.
PTC, like you said, has been getting so much out of this little pistol. He's not the merchant, he's actually the one that's sticking up the merchant. Just true to the gun's name. And Furious, if you only had an idea that there was someone behind him, right? Maybe that would actually have been crazy. Potentially a heartbreaking round, but once again, Sharper slowly but surely building up the bank just so they can cash out on Trinity. Trinity should take this opportunity to make as much ground as possible without burning. The Nightfall, the Overdrive at this point, and slowly giving Daiki and 140 the orbs if available. That's such a good start to that previous round too. I think it was a Pinya who got picked off trying to peek out B long. Trinity, they should be making the most out of all these given duels.
And waiting in the wings here. TRN, you can tell that they're just hesitating a little bit. They don't have any info. They want to play it real safe. Has access to the orb. Thought about using the orbital strike just now. Kadoom's an off-angle high ground as well. Osan, that's how do you do that? But at very least for Sharper Esports, their 3 bodies knocked down on TRN's side. Gives them a man advantage here. And TRN, pause. What can you do? Question marks all around here. And Furious is about to rotate over as well. They noted out Apinya's position, saw his leg, wins it in the end. He's taking a lot of damage there. The backside still not completely in their control. The net comes out here, and Laz, timing's good. Shot to the head. And 2v1, Daiki alone and low, and Furious cleans up house. Sharper Esports dominates, overthrows the Kings of Bind.
I was really about to say that this is Daiki after all. You can't give him the 1v1s. He's been an absolute menace in this matchup. But once again, they just sent so many bodies. Furious, once again, you know, showing that determination to help his team cover this matchup. Sure, it was a shaky split, but maybe that's an insta-ban for them again. Because relatively, or rather relative to the rest of the squads we have here, we have a lot of split teams. Still, for Trinity, not too many. Wait, I kind of want to double back on that. I wanted to say that there's not too many glaring weaknesses on their play, but the fact that they are just willing to funnel out one by one on some of these retakes, it's so worrying. If they can clean it up, I'm sure that their power level is going to spike even harder.
Honestly, I'm glad that Sharper Esports proved me wrong, especially on Bind here. You could really tell that they put a lot of work and time just really dismantle how TRN plays. I think, if anything, you know, Split was, again, they didn't get too many reps on it. And in a situation where not only are you unsure how exactly you want to execute on that map, and against a team that's fast, you learn a thing or two, right? They understand it. TRN likes to play really fast. How exactly do you counter that? Well, play a little bit more further back. Don't allow them to abuse that judge. You know, on aggressive sides, catch them off guard and play as aggressively. Their timings are really good. And again, the util is just so much better. TRN, while good, they like to throw bodies in. I don't feel like they've been really fully utilizing their kit. And it feels like toward the end of the round, they have not a lot to work with.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how it just felt like it was a ticking time bomb for Sharper, waiting for all the ults to come online and start throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, towards Trinity. Again, we have to give flowers to where Trinity is strong, though. Their dueling capacity is very high, but you can't be a one-trick pony around these parts. It's so difficult to maintain a good level of success. But they did have that one thrifty round though, which was pretty cool.
That was
and
really
their post plants when they did get their post plants, it was pretty respectable. But yeah, as we've said, Tash, experience really paved the way for Sharper. They knew that they were a little limited in some of these more front-facing attacks, so they resorted to all the other means that they had. Used all their tools available, and I think that's something that every team can benefit from.
Yeah, not to say the first contact kills are almost similar across the board, but again, when you look at Furious, you understand why he got the MVP of this match. Over 300 ACS, 323 in entirety. And if anything for him, it's the multi-frags when he's anchoring the site, and his late lurks always lands him with a kill or two as well. Sharper Esports are just really good at refilling spaces that have been emptied, is number one. And number two, their lurks on lurks really catch so many teams off guard. You think you're the one stalking? Nah, my friend. There's still gonna be another person in a later lurk, and that's gonna be Furious. So that's always very, very fun to watch. So again, I don't know, man. I think that I'm probably jinxing Trinity at this point. Every time I cast and I choose them, I'm cooked. So
I mean,
I'll take it.
There was belief, and I think they appreciate it. I think all the Trinity fans appreciate the belief, but we just broke it down.
Wait,
why it was such a hard fight.
Hang on. That's not how you're supposed to say it. I'm
What?
Raph. My predictions are always right. I'm never wrong.
That's true though. That's true. That's one point. It's only wrong when I choose my heart. You know what I mean? But for now, Tash, we will be jumping into an interview, I believe. So, that's pretty cool.
Hello, MYM. It's nice to meet you.
Hello.
Congratulations on your win. First of all, I just want to say, I'm sure you've seen Trinity play. So what were your expectations coming into this game, and how did you prepare for this match in particular?
Actually, we watched we have a prep, right? Prep before the match, and we watched them, like the Mongolian team have a high firepower. So like in our team, we just we didn't prepare that much. We just know like they're gonna coming to us, they're gonna looking for the info. So like we just have to holding a bit, slow our tempo down. This is how we plan.
Right. So again, I think Raf did mention earlier as well that Split was one of your perma bans. Can you share with us a little bit why you decided to let Split come into play, and what were you expecting out of it?
Well, actually, our Split is not our perma ban basically, but we just didn't have a chance that much to play. But not gonna lie, they play very well. I have to give the credit to them. When they coming to the side, we cannot holding side properly, because they keep headshot everyone. So that's why we lost the map one.
Okay. Raf, do you have any questions?
First and foremost, congratulations again for making it this far. Now, I really wanna know if what's your opinion on how challenging this split has been? Was it harder in the previous splits, or is it much harder now?
From right now, I think it's not harder like last year. I believe that last year have so many talent in the challenger, right? As you can see, have so many rookie step up into the Pacific League, right? Yeah, and right now the challenger, I'm not saying it's gonna be weak, but it's not harder like last time. That's what I'm gonna say. Yep.
Okay, that makes sense. So after this, coming into today as well, again, there's a lot of hype with the Mongolian teams, right? And you guys managed to overcome them. What are your expectations going into that next match, and how will you guys be preparing for it?
Actually, we just have to watch today, right? So we're gonna know who is our opponent for the next match. And I just cheering for my Thai team. Yeah, 555. Yeah, I believe we're gonna meet them for sure for next match.
Oh, there we go. Thank you so much, MYM, for the interview,
Yeah.
and good luck in your next match. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye bye. ขอบคุณครับ
I'm not gonna lie, seeing MYM super hyped and that, spirited just really gives an idea what happened behind the scenes in their game.
I also really like the honesty in the interview, oh, hey, they're really good on Split. They were just kind of flicking everybody in the face. So, that's a little difficult to deal with. But I also like the faith they have with their, with their fellow Thai team. So that's really cool. I always really like how teams are just so supportive with each other and not jinxing them in their predictions and all. But before we can go for more, guys, VALORANT Challengers Southeast Asia is going to go on a quick break. So stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. We had a 3-map banger between two of what I think it feels like the top-rated teams so far here in Challengers Southeast Asia. And now we're about to see another, I would say, well, I'm predicting a 3-map banger again, because these two teams are no slouches either. I will get 555 from Thailand up against Rival Esports. 555 with its, I would say, a pretty awesome roster. As we know, Canadian, Endoist, Alert, all that have played before in the previous stages. And on top of that, you're up against the dark horse of this tournament. Let's talk about Rival Esports as well, who I did not expect to go this far.
So you're saying you didn't believe in them, Tash, despite being the representatives of MYSG.
I'm just trying to jinx, gang.
Wow. Well, you know, to be fair though, like I can't all believe that they're here because it felt like there were so many odds stacked against them. Like on paper, everybody had so many like accolades and tournaments under their name.
I mean,
meanwhile,
now that you mention it, right, you're right. Like they went up against like the top tier teams, the X tier 1 teams, teams that almost made it to Ascension last year. How does that happen? And speaking of that, this is also a team that is not to be reckoned with. Surf used to play in tier 1 back in the day. Kennedy as well in Talent Academy. Endoist had one of the highest ratings last year, and Alert and Dofi are just two. I think Dofi is quite new, but Alert has been playing for quite some time.
Oh yeah, and you know, I feel like this is a team that has so many years under them, even though they don't. You know what I mean? I feel like we just saw Endoist debut a few years ago. The same can be said with some of these players, but they've really grown so much in such a short amount of time.
I was about to say, right? Like I was speaking to some of the Thai, Thai players, the local Thai players, and they were saying how last year, since Edo is broken to the big stage, they were expecting him to be the next Primi. And I really would like to see that happen because it's always fun when we see like a hidden gem, right? As we have hidden gems here at Rival Esports, it's been a while since we've seen an MYSG team come up here on the big stages. So welcome back MYSG to the region. And on top of that as well, this is a predominantly Singapore player team except for Applix. And there's been a debate, right, for a while about the players from Singapore and Malaysia. Why are Singaporeans, I think, a little bit more shine a little bit brighter than the Malaysian players? But nowadays, I feel like it's already Malaysia and Singapore are already on that same, I would say, standard when it comes from across the board. And I'm glad to see that that these players have not only great chemistry. I mean, we had an interview with INF the other day, and even he said that for him, it's all about just the vibes, enjoying themselves, just keeping spirits good. Speaking of spirits here, Alert and Applix, what can you tell me about them both?
I mean, I feel like you just talked about Applix, being one of your favorite representatives apparently, and Alert just being Alert. And you know what really surprises me with Alert is that he has a pretty high KDA, and I know we don't necessarily talk about that too much because I feel like it's just a byproduct of the team being super good.
Yeah.
His ACS is unnaturally low for somebody who finds like so many of these kills, but I feel like it's also a testament to how surgical he is with the fights that he does pick. And that's probably one of the most important things to have as a controller because, I mean, it's not like you're not expected to frag out, right? The team is still expecting to fight your heart out, but you also have to stay alive and avoid a lot of like quote unquote the spam. And by that I mean you don't stand around too many of the smokes, so you don't get sprayed on, you avoid a lot of these now very common shorty fights. But moving on from that, it's Kennedy with a really impressive stat spread here, incredibly consistent for 555. Honestly, a little unfortunate that they dismantled KDM in such a brutal way, but here we are.
I mean, I'm not saying it's to be expected, but I'm not surprised that it happened. Because these players are superstars individually and on their own right. I mean, Kennedy had one of the highest ACS and I think stats, last year during Challengers. We were all so surprised at how individually brilliant this guy is. He puts up numbers across the board, and so does Temps as well. Temps, I think did take a quick break for the time being, but he came back and he's still very much swinging here. His ACS I think is quite consistent across all the board as well. High clutch potential, headshot. Then the thing is, when you are playing this well as an initiator and still getting those frags, it does tell me a lot about how exactly you execute with your team, how you play together, and how your team moves with you with the information that you have gained. And the thing about Temps is, when he first debuted, or at least when I saw him a few years ago competing, he had always been this initiator main, and for me, it felt like he was always that dedicated KO main. But now he's really diversified, and I'm loving the amount of different agents that he's able to give, that he's able to give info to the team, just really enable his duelists while still also putting up numbers.
I mean, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with what you said, about him being giving as a player, because honestly, initiator is such a selfless role. You tend to take a lot of the flack from the team too, because it's so easy to mess up a scan. It's really easy to mess up a lot of these throwables, but I'm so happy that it's been such an appreciated role. And plus, some of the players are really stepping up to the plate and just wreaking so much havoc, as for mentioned, from all the players that we've seen so far. So I'm really excited to get this thing going. And Rival, like you said, although things were stacked against them, they have just done wonders. What
Their
a
brackets
vibe.
were just it was like, you're like a team that just got together. You're a team that only scrimmed 5 times. You meet up against the final boss, which is Boom Esports, twice and overcome that. And now you're meeting up against some of the best and the most experienced players that you can find on Challengers as well. And I have to say, their debut onto Challengers has been really good. But look at the veto right now. I remember Rival had a pretty decent Haven the last time we saw them. Their bind was also something that really surprises all, because they were able to just really stomp on the other team. Split is something that's a little bit of a mystery to me. So I would love to know what you think about this.
Split being a mystery is definitely something a little new for the Split, because it was one of the most played maps. But I think just referencing MYM's interview, maybe people just really did not have the chance to play it. I feel like it's such a good map pool too, that there's just a lot of other maps that are taking priority. I feel like Breeze is also occupying quite a bit of space when it comes to the bandwidth for removing maps.
Yeah.
And while we're talking about the veto and all that, we're gonna be jumping right on to the predictions. I wonder if Tash is gonna be a believer or not. I think it's gonna pop up anytime soon.
Let's see. Yep. Again, today we are just not matching. We are not on the same wavelength. And the thing is, I love this for us as well, because it gives a little bit more of an idea, or a little bit of an insight to see how close, how different or how close these teams are in terms of power scaling. Like, even though just now TRN lost, but it was, regardless of what you say, it was a very, very close game. Each, team really winning their own map picks, and then, an almost comeback on bind, right? For the time being here for Rival, I did talk a little bit with their coach. I mean, just a little bit of banter. And he says he's hate watching his team today. Because apparently he's hate watching his own team today. Because apparently his assistant coach is doing better than him. No context, don't really understand that. But love to see the drama. So, for me personally, I just want to see if today I'm going 0 out of 2, since I'm on the desk. And we will finally figure out if I'm the problem.
Wow. I really like how direct you are. If I predict and the team loses, it is my fault. I wish there was a stat though, specifically for Tash. Teams jinxed. Might be in the high hundreds at this point, I feel like.
I don't want that, because you're gonna have some very angry viewers coming to my chat and saying, "Why did you support my team today? Stop it. We don't want you here."
Obviously, for all complaints, please go to Tash's stream, apparently. But
can we talk about the
or maybe
veto,
not.
though? Can we talk about the agent select?
But, I really do want to talk about the ins and outs of this matchup, but Rival, to me, is so unpredictable. I just don't know what they're gonna bring to the table.
I mean,
but
let's
so
be real
far,
here. They're chaotic.
Yeah?
They're chaotic, they're unpredictable. Suddenly you see Icy Slide and everyone's dead, and you're just like, what the heck happened?
Yeah, but at the same time, they have this way of just being on the same page with each other that they allowed themselves to be that chaotic without really too much repercussion. 555 though, I feel like it's such a tough matchup, right? Because 555 statistically is such an insane team to try in front. Strategically, they're not like slouches either. But, you know, if rivals were to bring like another level to the table, I'd be very happy to be wrong. Because so far we've seen so many flashes of brilliance. But once again, it's Surf, Endois, Doffy, Kennedy, and Alert on that team. That is not an easy team to take down.
Yeah, they are very, very experienced. But in terms of playing together, I mean, let's be real here. If you are to look at Haven, right? 555 have a fairly, I think they're not bad on this map. They have like a 13-7 win against Fancy United. They did lose against Sharper 4-13. And they went 12, I think they went 14-12. So it's very back and forth on this map, which is to be expected. It's Haven. It's a map that I feel like a lot of teams has really tried to understand how to play as well. So Icy breaks the trip, a flash comes through, and Rivals just says goodbye. It was just a ruse.
Tries to fake out the handshake there, but now they posture up for a hit on a Doffy to try and front it, but he is as precise as ever. Give him his warm-up, give him the ace. It's the first round on the board. This is a way to make a statement, blinds himself, but you know what? He sees the truth. There are 3 5s on that team's name, so might as well start with that amount of kills, right? Why not?
Dude, what the heck is that? The thing is, I want to talk about, like, I don't know, executes or holes, but it was just Doffy playing in the corner, making everyone look like an aim labs ball.
Exactly. If he dies, he dies. Sir Ivan Doffy, apparently, just an absolute monster in the ring.
Nonchalant as well.
Throwing so many haymakers here. Now RVL, I hope they don't get shaken up by that, Tash.
Look at how the hold is right now, because Endois is already going to push forward. RVL, because I don't know, I think that first round really, I think gave them a damper a little bit onto their confidence, or perhaps they're a little bit more cautious. So they're playing a little bit more safe, holding all the way back onto window here. And Endois will be rewarded with that peak.
What an insane first 6 kills here. An ace, a no-scope, and now Endois with unbridled aggression, trying to crawl up towards supposedly the safe side of RVL, but RVL, they remain unbroken. They relax. I think they're still looking for a fight here. But once again, this drone should spark some sort of movement on 555 side. But again, patience, patience, patience.
I'm gonna go for a triple peak. Oh, man.
Oh, bit of a doozy there for Endois. Maybe too much for him to handle. But RVL, once again, that composure is pretty otherworldly. They don't really bite on that first fight. And 555, they have to take care of their guns, so not to give a chance to the opposing team.
See how the execute is going to be here. You still have Surf Strip waiting in the wings. Breaks it in the end. Recon to the backside finds nothing. And Doffy manages to move away from that shot. All at the backside here, Tramps traded, and they choose wrong here. Doffy once again tries to make magic happen with that ghost. Not gonna happen. But at the very least, there is still Alert waiting in the wings. Regardless of that win for 555, it is still quite an expensive round.
Well, it was expensive, but Doffy did collect as many orbs, enough to actually push him towards, I think, the ultimate already. I do really like what RVL is doing. They don't seem rattled. They're still, you know, pretty steady. And despite the close margin, they did as much as they could. Alert. It's a 3K. So I really want to see how this gun round is going to go. Doffy, sticking with his guns, he's going to go for the judge instead of a rifle here. Not forcing that upgrade.
Recon does find RVL, so a bit of info there gained. Chip damage by Canady, but still Rivals unmoved. Look at where the flank is as well. You can see INF waiting, see if someone will push out. I doubt he'll find anyone kind of like walking around, but it's still better to be safe than sorry.
Oh, I think what's scary when there's a Neon on the opposing team, when you see a Sova drone, sometimes you're so enticed to jump into that drone just to see if you can catch that Sova. But that's not the case here. RVL once again displaying a little bit of patience. They occupy a certain area on the map. This time it's A long, and they're not really trying to poke the bear too much. They have a lot of time to work with here, Tash. They are gonna milk that round timer as much as they can.
Okay. Okay, I was going here. Aplix waiting in the wings. Fun fact about Aplix is that the way he plays Omen is very aggressive, right? He'll wait for his teammates to go in here. He'll do like an insane paranoia, TP all the way to the back, and then just really get a perfect, backstab.
Oh. Ow. Kennedy with the Bucky just breaks the ice. He even gets another one onto Teddy. They try to retaliate, but Temps is the only one who can find the frag. But unfortunately, they get halted before they can even set foot on a convincing first 3 rounds here for 555. RVL are once again forced onto an eco. I'm really surprised. Yeah. How did he survive that? Everybody was already looking at Kennedy.
I think it's just how 555 are. You see a 3-way hold they have there, which means that, yeah, he may be in danger, but his teammates were very much there for the backstab, for the headshots. It's almost instantaneous as well. And look at how 555 has really positioned themselves. They have every single angle covered. They have, if it's not util, it's gonna be a 2-way hold, a high-low. And in fact, they have gone as far as putting the Sova onto that A-long so that no one dares to even quickly peek early. That info will be immediately relayed, and you start to see TPs all around the map, repositioned by 555. They're so quick with that.
A handful to mention. Honestly, there's just so many things going on, but now Icy, once again, wants to be the start for this team's success. They're quite far from each other, Tash, so there might just be a little bit of lag time before they can pounce onto the site.
This is great. Canadian is all the way up onto A main as well. Unfortunately for him, his positions will be noted. It's a bit nervous for him to bring that Aldrone there just in case Temps decides to push, given the nature of how Rival aggressively plays, but he wins his.
Oh boy. This is looking mighty dangerous again for RVL. Not just the fact that they don't have too many weapons, but everybody is just falling like flies. Endoist to clean it up and get maybe a few points on the board for himself too. Oh, we might see just another 5 on the round if we don't see RVL set up for the comeback here. Now, I think one thing we've noticed, Tash, is that RVL, they're a little bit like, sure, they occupy a certain amount of the map, but they're not necessarily in the best positions to trade immediately.
It's insane looking at how they play here. RVL has tried the fast way, they've tried the slow way, and personally for me, it's just that they haven't been able to just really, I don't know, I think when they go inside the site, they're not expecting 3 to 4 people as watching one angle here. I would love to see them force early fights in the weaker sides of the map, but they still haven't been able to identify that. Excuse me.
That's true. I mean, with 555 running around, taking every bit of space, how can RVL decide what's truly the weak portion of the map? So look at this. They're a bit condensed. I think they might want to go for B here, but do they know Doffy is also close? They should hear the gate crash, right?
Could be. You can see the quick rotations coming in by 555, and RVL is taking too much time. Delay should come through because of that as well, and Icy is looking to ramp things up.
Oh, Kennedy again looking to frontline for his team despite having so much utility. Behind him is Teddy getting cut down, and it's becoming such a mess for 555. RVL retaliate for the first time and have a few words about it too. RVL, 1 on the board.
And it's looking really good for them, and I'm loving the fact that they knew exactly how to execute. This time around, they're a little bit more fast on that draw. You have IC finally coming around, pushing to that backside, and while everyone in 555 was just so preoccupied with the Neon, his teammates are able to collapse in as well. It's just perfectly done, well executed, and the timing is just right before the rest of 555 finally hit that A site.
All set.
Looks like they're gonna do the same default here, but they are equipped with better weapons. The op is something that they have to take care of though, or be very careful about.
Yeah, and you really don't want to be peeking into that. Immediately you can see the shift for RVL saying, okay, I don't think we really want to play against this op as well. There's a possibility of the trip coming from the Cypher. Oh no, I see. And that smoke is a menace because there's a little bit of a gap there for him to really abuse from the off angle.
I wonder if that was intentional. I mean, it didn't look to be that case, but hey, RVL, not gonna be too happy about that. Doffy is gonna reposture himself on top of the platform yet again. But RVL, they vacated C completely, but they still have Endoist to deal with if they choose to push this. The first part of that smoke buy alert is gonna drop, and Teddy is gonna prep his gate crash. The flash is gonna come through. They burst right through. Endoist still undiscovered. Paranoia completely blinds them. Alert trying to support him, but Endoist is the first to draw some blood here. This should be the site for RVL, but the Hunter's Fury giving a little bit of space and time for 555 to breathe. Now, Doffy in Canada trying to get to work here. Applix trying to cover his teammates as much as he can. Cannot tank the recon dart, and 555 once again dominate the round. RVL got the site, but just could not last in it.
It was just really great. Off that one paranoia, Endoist comes in, gets the peak. Great. Applix with that trade was also really good. But the timing on that retake, I love the positions coming in from all sides. It puts Rival in such a very dangerous predicament. You have Alert pushing on the other end as well, with his teammates coming in from the front of site. It's a masterclass on how you should pincer a team. And RVL just didn't have an answer for that because they were just so preoccupied with chasing that one player onto A-Link, excuse me. And this is where things get super interesting. It's that tunnel vision, right? You're so preoccupied, you're chasing after one player. And I'm wondering, how are the communications going to be like here? Are we going to dedicate someone who is going to be looking the other side of the map? How are we going to be playing when it comes to a chase or a retake? And Temps with this owl drone, I don't think he spotted anyone at all.
Ooh, a little bit more allowance to try and take B with the Steel Garden. INF is going to try and convince his team that this is the right way to go. Teddy bursts onto the link and absolutely destroys it. Endoist is still Waigong and still has not been weeded out. Alert doing the same thing he was doing in the last round, and still RVL have found themselves again walking to a brick wall. 555. They're really not allowing any breathing room. And like you said, Tasha, it was a pincer in the previous round. And now it's just a straight up gunfight.
It's just so good seeing how they're doing it. And the thing is, it's the same thing happening over and over again. And this is a damn good timeout. Personally, for me, I would have called this timeout perhaps 3 rounds ago. You know, you got that round, you're thinking like, maybe, hey, maybe we can snowball. It didn't work out. But again, now is where things get interesting. All economy looks so good for Rival right now. What, they have 4 ultimates out here. You can have From the Shadows. You can play with Teddy's information gathering with the From Dimensional Rift. You can even activate IC if you want to as well. It's about trying to be as, I would say, efficient as possible with the. But on the other end, you are also seeing 555 working with 2 big ultimates there. Endoist with the blades, and you know how sharp he is. And Surf with that neural theft is going to be so hard for you to really maintain position in that post plant.
I really like that it's also closer to, you know, the OG sets of agents that you'd get, maybe barring the Yoru. But then again, at this point in time, Yoru's not even like a new agent anymore. It's been a good couple of years since we've gotten this duelist. RVL leaning a little bit more towards, you know, the Vice. I am a Vice like enthusiast, as we've mentioned many times, but so far 555 are just dealing with their problems with just sheer firepower.
Immediate Smokes gives away the game. Endoist does take a bit of chip damage here, and the sprays almost gets him in the end. Icy falls.
Oof, and Endoist already doing a good job of softening up RVL for the rest of his team, but with only pistols in hand, they might just struggle a little bit to really close this round out again. The end times are here, and with pistols, what can RVL do? Endoist still has not popped his blades, but he is just slicing through everything, no matter what gun he has in his hands. And Applix in a 1v4, I would want to believe, but this is probably one of the most uphill clutch situations we've seen all day.
Yeah, and with the Sheriff, well, but for one, not more than that. But there's a reason why Haven is picked by 555. Again, they have so many reps on this map in 2026 alone. I think they played this map 9 times already, which is so insane. But at the same time, you know, we're looking at Rival who played this map, I think, what, 13-9 up against Boom Esports as well. I'm wondering, like, okay, you had that timeout, you couldn't really figure out what to work with. They're trying to go fast onto that map, yes? They barely even got to use the amount of ults that they had earlier.
Oh wow, Duffy didn't actually pop a shot there, so they don't know that he has the operator. Still does considerable amount of damage to Teddy. Kennedy still has not been dissuaded from playing this far forward as an initiator. And it does look like they want to break through the smoke. The dash is there, no targets to be found, gets paranoid. Teddy does cancel alerts from the shadows, so this might be a boon that they want to work with. Duffy with the operator gets the quick kill, and Kennedy, despite a slight flash, has no qualms cutting down the players in front of him. RVL, they made their way towards C. They should have a plant here, but there is a tricky trap on the left side of this site that they should be quite aware of. 555 still being very patient. They're waiting for the rest of the team to come through. Tem sees Surf, but ultimately not in time. All alone is INF. Kennedy's quite low. And I really love the patience 555 is playing. They know they're ahead by quite a bit, but they're still not taking any chances.
Honestly, I am really surprised at how they're playing this. I mean, I understand you have that sheer wall there, yeah? But it's in a situation where it kind of really... It's in a position where you're not able to safely plant there. I would have thought that, okay, since we're going to be planting there, our backs are quite on the open, we could put a deeper sheer wall. And I feel like this was completely abused by 555 because they knew that they didn't have to go forward. It's a straight line to anyone planting for long.
There's so much composure on 555 side, honestly. You kind of expect them to be like one of the more high-octane teams. But with the dimensional drift getting popped here, 555 should be a little worried that something explosive might happen. Hunter's Fury being expended, Teddy trying to mark for his team. Stinger finally does the job, and Duffy is out for the remainder of the round. Icy breaks the piece of utility there, waiting for somebody to push and maybe just take their chances on the smoke. But Sendoist with a Vandal, enough to actually fight his way out. RVL looking so good, possibly their best looking round so far.
The reaction time has been incredible from this team. Surf gets pinged, but not alert. So this is where things can get quite a bit interesting. I think I'm going to anticipate 2 holds from Garage. Temps gets one. The timing is good as well for INF, and a Thrifty to bring them back into the game is just perfect.
You said it. Great recovery here, but still a pretty tough battle to fight through. I love how shifty they were using a combo that we honestly haven't seen too much. Which is kind of weird, because I kind of expected it to be a bit more common now, since Yoru is having, you know, such a good time in the spotlight. RVL, a bit more equipped, but still have not gotten rid of Duffy's operator. They will go for that setup where he does play on top of platform. Icy plays fast, gets rid of the recon ball, tries to tase Kennedy, and did get that frag. All for the taking for RVL. Do they push the tempo? They try. Alert is here. Quick double for him. The rest of the team collapse onto the side, but Alert needs not a lot of help to clean this up. And unfortunately for Inf, he walks onto the perfect neural theft by Surf.
And that is just unlucky. I love the execution. It was a great idea coming from RVL to play through these things with this really just the quickness onto that site. But unfortunately for them, it's just that due diligence, right? Not checking the off angle. That just really, cost them the entire game, because Alert was able to get, 2 to 3 frags in that moment. And again, I don't know whether it's going to be, a breakdown communication, but it feels like, you know how they say when there's more people around, the responsibility shifting is going to be a lot less. It just feels like that when they're rushing together as a 5 onto the site.
True, they try to, rush it down and hopefully get an advantageous pick for themselves, but they still have not found the root of the problem here. And I can't believe Duffy's still surviving. He's still around with the shorty, tries to dance, he can teleport, and the rest of his team is here to support him. And I can't believe it's Alert to get a 3K on RVL yet again. 10-2.
Switching sides.
And it's not like RVL are hesitating on these hits either, Tosh. They've actually been doing a good job of trying to fight for each other.
If I'm being honest right now, it just feels like their quick checks are... I don't want to say one-dimensional. I don't think it's the appropriate word for it, but I think the right word would be a predictable. It's always going to be Icy rushing in first, and his team is going to come close. And it feels like in that mad rush, they didn't realize there's a three-way hold as well. And the thing about it as well, I would love to see RVL sell some snake oil. Pull a rotation, try and force early fights and leaving without fully trying to commit to that site. And it just feels like they're rushing this a little bit. Regardless, we're at a 10-2 half again for the fourth time today. Is that a lucky number? Does this mean someone needs to go to get a lottery number or something today? Please let me know if you win.
So that's Tosh being honest.
I don't know. I don't know how lotteries work, but maybe the numbers 102 might be something you can play with. I don't know, man.
Perhaps. Okay, Tosh, so you did say that you were being honest there. Now, hypothetically, let's say you were to lie to me and the audience. What would you say then?
What?
What?
What are we talking about?
Because you said you were being honest. So if you were to lie, what would you lie about in that situation? That RVL's takes were looking a little rushed. And that their tempo, although they have the idea to do it...
I know what I'd lie about. I'd lie to you that INF's name is actually pronounced INF.
It's Inf because it's Infernal, right?
How did you know?
I don't know.
He told me in chat. Like on my stream.
Maybe I can see everything, I think.
Were you stalking me?
No, maybe I was stalking Infernal.
Oh, that's scary. Oh, look at that. You caused the tech pause.
I am a Cypher main after all, you know what I mean? Actually, am I even a Cypher main at this point? I haven't played him in so long.
Listen, you're just a VCT enjoyer, you know what I'm saying?
That's true. The C in VCT stands for Cypher.
That's crazy. All right, let's talk a little bit about what's going on here. I think the other day, we were like singing high praises for IC, how fast he would be onto site ticks. You have INF or Inf for I would say the last layer for the team, right? What do you think has been the biggest problem right now? Is just that 555 reading them like a book, or?
I think that RVL, they try to go for an up-tempo play, but only because they wanted to change the pace instead of being sure that they knew how 555 were going to hold on to that site. I think there was like 3 rounds where they saw there was constantly a stage player, a platform player. But so far, they didn't necessarily scout out if there was like a support player from backside or from logs, or if they were willing to potentially give up a crossfire from garage. And I think just from there, they got dismantled.
Yeah. I think this is a situation where, you have the tech pause. You can just really kind of either it kills the momentum of 555 and gives RVL a chance to really breathe for a second. Because again, like you mentioned, it is a bit rushed, right? But, at the same time, could it just be, 555 just picking up that pace again? Again, it's that second half. But 10-2 is not an easy scoreline to come back from. There's a lot going on. It takes time to just really build up momentum. If anything, starting off with the pistol and winning the buy after is good. You kind of snowball on the bonus even better, because that's how 555 kind of started off the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's steps to take, but obviously there are a few players that are just so willing to swipe it right under your feet and just make it that much more difficult. We do see that RVL have made some major strides in their play, but we did mention in the pregame that 555 is a different beast. I think would be fair to say that 555 is by far the strongest looking team, because they've definitely had the most dominant games.
Always fun seeing 555 play. I feel like they can play fast, they can play slow, they're very sharp. Most importantly, their chemistry, I feel this team is like one of the best I've seen so far as well. How they rotate, how they have each other's crosses, you know, looked after. It's the teammates I wish I had. It's the bestie that I wish would take care of me.
Whoa.
Raf, you would never watch my flank.
That's true. I just grief all the teams I play on. What do you mean, watch the flank?
Yes.
I am here to grief. I'm kidding. Actually, I don't even remember when the last time we played Valorant together was. I remember that, like, the last time we played, Pearl was new.
No, we played Haven.
I don't remember.
It's okay.
Did
It's okay to forget things when you're old, you know?
That's true. That's true. I've already forgotten what we were talking about, but guys, we are trying to get things back on its rails. But thank you for being patient with everybody. Big shout out to production for, you know, doing the best that they can and providing us with such a great show. You know, we are actually looking at the timer wind down now though, Tash. So hopefully that was also enough time for RVL to compose themselves.
Okay, this is where things I would love to see Inf just really come online. You know, he was very eloquent with what he said. He was talking about vibes and team vibes, how he just wanted everyone to just have a good time and enjoy themselves. And, you know, and I think that for them, the way they play, just the way they feel really translated in the game. And I would love to see that again. I'm wondering what exactly, you know, they had a bit of time during the tech timeout. What can they talk about? What, because give them a bit of a cooldown on how exactly they want to control in terms of the tempo of the game. We're seeing a lot of bodies there onto window. Some shots being fired. And immediately that push out from the Sova, from the Yoru, is so far out here. Does Canadian know? I don't think he does.
Wasn't it Inferiors or Infernal? I can't remember.
It's
Maybe I'm
Inferior.
mixing things up. It's Inferior, yeah. So you lied to me.
Yes,
you were
I
like,
did.
yeah, that's true. That's okay. See, guys, there was a preface that Tash was being honest. But you know how it is in Valorant. The crosshairs and the bullets, they don't lie. At least for the most part. Alert is trying his best to give the RVL players haircuts here. And he's been quite successful for the most part. But from the height, Applix and the rest of the squad, the man of the hour is here to get a third round on the board for them. Starting this half off right. They could potentially come back for this.
Let's be real here. This feels like almost a replay of the first pistol. Doffy got the ace just now, but INF just hit it back to them in a very, very similar fashion. I can see IC is already laughing there, and I think spirits are coming back online, which is always really, really good and a good start as well. And I'm feeling that we're seeing deja vu. What Rival struggled with executing onto site on the first half, I'm feeling it right now. Whether or not 555 could kind of like change that is going to be, you know, the question.
Wow, what a shot by Teddy there. Not sure if he found Surf before that dark cover bloom, but Icy just not allowing anybody to breathe in his airspace. And Kennedy, despite getting one, it's still RVL chaining together 2 rounds. Granted, it was the upgrade, but now I feel like there's a bit more urgency towards this bonus, right? Because at this point, since you're trying to climb back, you really need every single round you can get. Do you think they're going to upgrade, or are they going to stick with these weapons?
I think they're just going to try and stick with it as well. I think, you know, IC still keeps the Judge, which I think is the more important weapon, if anything. He got, what, three pickoffs in that previous round just now? That Neon movement was just incredible to watch, and I'm excited to see more in that.
Ooh. Again, Teddy's trying to look for, something here. He sees not only the head of Kennedy, but I'm pretty sure he can confirm that was the spike. Might actually get RVL to collapse onto him. But 555, once again, taking their time and trying to move for the space. It is going to be a bit of a slow portion here, though.
And it's really good because, Teddy is just abusing that weapon. On top of that as well, it's the same spot. You have one person on A long, just really pulling away the tension, and the other one just goes up, gets a free pick, and just TPs away. And they've occupied so much space in sewer, so they're really doubling down on that, especially since B is a no entry zone because of the thorns, because of the smokes as well.
Lots of bits of utility just to dissuade 555 from walking in. Temps, despite missing the first shot, is right there. Teddy also holding down the fort yet again. Surf and Alert have a lot of ground to cover now if they want to try and take this round away. As we've mentioned, RVL, there is an exclamation point on this round. And Surf riding the wave again. Unfortunately, bailing out. Alert, 1v3, Vandal, and a dark cover in hand. No ult for a quick reposition. Is he going to try and bully his way onto the site here? He sees one, gets the first, but there's just too many things to shoot at. Teddy with a 4K to end the round. Wow.
The banter is happening again. Once they start bantering like this, they're feeling really good. And I have to say that it was just so many. Look at how the crossfires was done. You have one player on site looking in two different angles from main. Yeah, IC did fall, but the layering of defense was nice to see as well. The quick swap of weapons coming in from Teddy was just disgusting. Well played.
I do like that a lot though, just so supportive, because you do see some other teams that visibly get shaken when there is a pretty huge deficit. But for the first time, there's gonna be an initial fight towards Garage. Despite seeing the shoulder, Icy still comes out on top with that judge. And Applix, where'd he come from? Another handy round on the board, potentially for RVL. Surf and Alert, back to a very familiar situation. Alert does get the stinger, but that's really all they get. Just a bit of damage. Applix catching fire.
Oh, Surf makes it competitive. That's 2 shots to the hit. Perfectly done. But still 3 more bodies to worry about. Aldrin comes out. He's barely alive. 18 HP left. And Teddy silences him.
So close though.
Really was.
Teddy now giving his team an extra life to play around with. And it's really impressive how they're closing this round score quite convincingly now. Surf did get a few freebies there, but this half has definitely been kinder to Rival.
Yeah, looking way better on the defense side. They still have 2 more ults to work with as well, with IC only 2 off his overdrive, but Teddy's position has been noted. It's the option to TP out, I'm pretty sure.
He's suspicious of the clone, and for a very good reason. And I realize the biggest difference between these comps is that 555, they don't have as many things to throw at Rival. Whereas the relay bolts, the razor vine, paranoia also, and along with Teddy's flashes is just a bit of a nuisance. But now 555, they're posturing up for an A hit. Inf is there to welcome them with potentially open arms. The shear is going to separate that first player unless 555 go right through it. They break some of the utility. Do they just pull the attention and re-hit? They still have 45 seconds to work with.
Your wall is here from the shadows will be used. For him, he didn't bait the wall up either. So they can just make a beeline onto C, because if anything, Alert has not been moved from that cubby the entire time. Teddy's already on site.
Teddy does. Yeah, Teddy does have an operator though. So this could be the great equalizer for them. Endoist takes charge, tries not to overextend, but will definitely make his presence known. Spike should go down without any issue. Taking a quick scan on who has some pretty good post-plant ultimates. Kennedy has that Hunter's Fury, but Temps with the Odin there, bringing a storm towards Doffy. So this is going to be a 5v4 off rip. Surf and Endoist are quick to cut down RVL, but obviously they're not going to take this without a response. Surf still waiting for that neural theft. Kennedy is quite safe. Doesn't have the Hunter's Fury. No more shock darts to play with either. Temps stuck between a rock and a hard place. Has to throw out that recon bolt. Trying once again to pivot off this pressure. But like you said, time is winding down. Surf, despite getting, the drop on him, still manages to recover. 5-5-5. 2 more is all they need for Haven.
Honestly, it looked really good initially for RVL. They had all the protocols possible for that A site. It's just a matter of like how much time it took for them to rotate onto C. And leaving alert on C Cubby gave them so much info. How many people are on site? Did they rotate off? And because of that, he can quickly put the smoke down before they even execute onto that site.
Lots of things to worry about. I'm sure that wasn't intentional, I think. Unless that's a lineup I don't know about, but either way. 5-5-5, they're a bit puzzled. Now, I don't think they have enough time to wait for another recon bolt here, so they're gonna quickly just readjust. Aplic's trying to get something going with his jump spot. And Teddy still has that operator in hand, so they're still looking quite good in terms of weapons.
Jump peaks abound. With Teddy keeping a close eye on the garage. They're gonna try and do a stall delay onto A just with the Vice util here.
The silence must be deafening for really both these sides. They're not entirely sure who's lurking up where and who's taking up what type of space. But Teddy is adamant on holding on to garage here. For good reason. Endoist initiates with the dash. Doesn't get enough cover from the cloudburst and gets shot down. Teddy from the platform is doing so much work for RVL. But Surf trying to open up the rest of the map here for his team so they can walk in. Kennedy avoids the shot and gets one for himself. Overdrive tries to come into play for Icy, but somehow 5-5-5 are coming out on top. Applix potentially I have no idea either, but Applix has a potential clutch situation here. They don't really know where he's coming from. That dark cover should come up very, very soon.
Well, he's all alone here. Have to be wary about Gong and even A-Link. Yes, Mark the right place, looks the wrong way at the wrong time. I'm not too sure if Kennedy would actually get him as time passes by. Keeps his back close to the wall. Yeah, Kennedy knows exactly where to look. 5-5-5, that's a match point already. RVL hot a little bit too late. I'm really still rallying for them to be able to come online. Maybe change 6 rounds in a row, but it's a tall ask. If anything, it was a great start having Teddy go huge there with 2 pickoffs with that op. But because of how 5-5-5 executes, either it be from B main, garage, or even C long as well, you can't really pinpoint where exactly to look. And the rotations, I feel, for this team gets cut off so quickly.
That's true. I mean, their transition game just has been so impressive. Timeout on the side of RVL just to iron some things out and maybe just a bit of time to breathe, compose themselves. But this is not a good spot to be in. Economy's not looking too bad. I don't think they're all going to be able to buy up. I think Applix probably would not have the best set of weapons here. Maybe mess with a Guardian or Stinger at most. And, Endo still has not popped Bladestorm.
Would love to see how exactly this plays out as well. It feels like IC got shut down so quickly. Yes, Teddy has been getting frags here, but in so many times, IC pops that overdrive, it gets completely shut down. You have INF, whose, I would say, lurks and flanks have just been cut off so early as well. Yes, they have really good opening picks, but I think the recovery coming in from 5-5-5 has just been really insane to watch. From the shadows used already, and the rest of RVL just waiting for the cage to just go down. And in the meantime, the rest of 5-5-5 is actually making a beeline onto C.
There is a shear to temporarily stop them, but it shouldn't be enough to stop this plant. And like you said, there's just so many contingencies coming in the way of 5-5-5. Issues getting this plant down. Not gonna use or save that shock dart for the post plant, but instead to push Teddy and the rest of RVL away. They are looking to go for a more CT side retake here. They're not trying to find anything from the flank, but it's Applix to draw the first shot onto alert here. Big thorn in their side. And suddenly everything's falling apart for 555. Let's see how well they can recover. Endos is stuck. No backup for him. Toffee has to try and dance this one out, but they're already sticking this defuse. This round is as good as over. And RVL tack one more point on the board.
That was a much better round for RVL as well. It was a lot faster with their retakes. Look how fast they were already on that seaside when the rest of 555 had already only just planted. And this speed is good because it disallows 555 from being able to, to prep for that post plant. And if anything, I feel like 555 not only has insane execution, but also because they have so much time to prep for post plant, they have a lot of their bases covered. And I think that this speed is good for RVL.
It's definitely yielding results. But the Blade Storm, wow, maximum efficiency. Does get one, but Applix causing trouble from behind, as well as the Hunter's Fury trying to shoo away 555. Down a 3v4 as Endo is still trying to get some damage down range. Dolphy and Kennedy now finally chiming onto this, and they completely leave Temps alone towards A. They reposition towards C now. And a 1v3 to keep the ball alive for RVL. Once again, Tash, incredibly challenging.
Spike planted.
Plant comes down. Temps. And a 1v3 retake. That's a big ask. Garage is all being marked. I'm not too sure how exactly he's going to be playing this. He can have this 1v1s. Oh, he spot up Kennedy. And the timing, unfortunately, is good, but he whiffs. Laybert gets him in the end. But the other two on long, this is not going to be easy, especially since they can peek from two different angles.
Scanning ahead.
Does have that recon dart. Oh, but nearly gets shot down. In the end, he still gets clipped by 555. And a pretty convincing map 1 here. Wow, what an opener for 555. They don't even look like they broke a sweat. But I have to say, RVL's second half, a lot of good things to say about that.
The thing is, right, when you look at this map, 555 just feels like breathing, you know, how they played this map as well. They knew where to look, they knew where or how the chaos would ensue from RVL as well. I mean, like, again, you start off with that insane ace sheriff. It kind of sets the mood and tempo to the game. The entire team looked like they were in high spirits, they were laughing, they were just really having a good time. But while all of that is happening, look at how the site ticks happen. It comes from through different angles. They have a lot of trade potential as well. There's no situation where 555 was caught in a position where they cannot trade off their teammates. So I think it's super important that for this team that, yeah, heroics look cool. Heroics look really nice. I think RVL had so many of those heroic rounds. But at the same time, you don't want to be put in a spot where you're forced to play big heroics. And I think that was also like the stats in the beginning, right? We saw alert stats, right? How he had like insane KDA, but not the highest ACS. And I think this style of play tells a lot of the tale.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, aside from that, I do love how RVL were stringing together like the rounds, as we mentioned. And I really like how smart they are with utility, despite like losing it outright. There were so many times where like we saw such an impressive retake or such an impressive use of the Hunter's Fury. Granted, it didn't necessarily convert all the time, but once again, just so many bright spots on this team. Looking at the stats right in front of us, it's really hard to say who wasn't contributing because there was just so many systems in place for 555. Like you said, there's just way too many contingencies to actually break this team down reliably.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at RVL as well, right? They thrive on chaos. They thrive on fast pushes and fast takes, aggressive sort of defense style plays. And I think 555 has managed to really dismantle it and just really figure out, okay, how do we stop an aggressive style play? Let's wait for them to push down long and then try and take these 1v1s. Let's just wait for them to come to us. And I think it's the same answer that MYM gave us in that previous match as well. And being able to understand how to deal with a very aggressive team is also, I would say, a skill in itself. It's not easy. either way. But when you know how to slot in that right timing, when you know when to get a little bit more aggressive, that window of opportunity always seems to be abused by 555. And Endo is getting MVP of the match. I'm not surprised. He has what, 1.5 KDA per round, which means he's getting 1 to 2 kills per round that he's been playing here. And if anything, the multi-frags have been a great equalizer if they had lost one player early in the beginning of each round for the game to rival.
It's really crazy to me too that he had like Blade Storm so early, but didn't even like bother to use it up until the tail end of the map. So again, just another sign of dominance. They really weren't pushed into too many corners where their economy was shaky, and even when it was all like, okay, this calculated. We're not gonna overextend. We're not really gonna force too many fights. It's not gonna benefit us, whether it means like it's breaking economy or stuff like that. So just a really, really good performance across the board for 555.
Oh yeah, for real. And for now, I think after this, we are going to go to Rivals map pick. And this is where things get super interesting as well. Whether or not they're going to be able to come back is the question. And I really hope that this team, this NYSGT that we haven't seen in Challengers for so long, will be able to push through. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. That was an insane
Welcome.
dominant map 1. Sorry about that, Raf. I'm just too hyped.
No, it's okay.
I'm just
I was
too
like,
hyped.
no, this is like the second time, right? Because you asked me earlier, who's gonna do the intro? Is it you or me? And I said sure, and I was like, and I think you were confused, sure to what? And I think it's the same thing that's happening.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, so is Raph or Tash gonna do the intro? Yes.
Yes.
We are both gonna do the intro.
That's
was
what
it.
we do. I mean, we just hate each other. You know, what can I say? I'm just kidding. I was gonna say that we're about to
Interesting.
go to map 2, where we are. And speak of interesting, right? This is where stats get super interesting. Hear me out. Both teams have a 0% map win on this map. On Bind.
Wow.
And for 5v5, the last time they played this map was in the lower final for regionals qualifiers against Team NKT, where they lost 9-13. Meanwhile, for
Ooh.
Rival, they have a little bit more rep on this map, especially on this stage. They played this map 3 times against Naos once and Sports twice. None of them were wins, but it was an OT, a 10-13, and a 4-13 loss. So do with this info what you may.
It's like, it seems like Tash is trying to instill confidence
But
into
not really.
us.
I mean,
But not
0% win rate for both, so.
You know how like that what was it from Shrek? It was like, yeah, was it Shrek? It was like, this is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. You know, we're gonna lose a lot of troops, but this is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. I could be getting the movies wrong. It's been kind of getting late, but that is really interesting. Like now we actually have a serious conversation on our hands. Like,
Yeah.
do we go for the team that is statistically winning more? Or do we go with the team that has more reps on the map?
I mean, again, it's hard to really trust that stats because, again, the team that, Rival Esports met was Boom Esports after all, right? Twice.
Ooh.
On top of that, where it was a 10-13 loss, and after that, it was an OT, which means that they did get better at kind of playing or reading that map up against Boom Esports. But I could be wrong about how exactly, 555 approaches this map. The lack of map info, the lack of maps played 555 could either be a detriment or it could be something. Again, it's kind of similar to what we saw from Sharper Esports earlier on Split. So this is where things get super interesting. Again, if you've played teams like Naos, Boom Esports, yes, you've experienced some of the best in the region when it comes to that map. But, without a win, does that really say much? Against a team that, played it only once, and this was back in, I think, February. And only one time this year since the team has come together. So have they practiced it? There has to be a reason why they allowed this map to go through. And the thing is, for me personally, I like to think that if a map gets to go through, I mean, yes, some teams have a different way of approaching things. Sometimes people think, okay, we win map 1, we lose map 2 because we don't have any reps, and we are forced to play that map 3, right? It's happened before. But, in a lot of situations, you really don't want to push the limits, right? You don't want to go all the way to map 3, potentially, losing steam. That's a big gamble.
Yeah, and I feel like it's only natural that it's just been a bit more competitive because it's been the playoffs, so teams are kind of redlining and doing as much as they possibly can. 555, they look to play pretty standard comp. Do you have like any reservations or any opinions about like what these players are running for really both these sides?
Honestly, I love seeing the waylays. IC and Endoist are both brilliant waylays in how they execute and how they play. The thing is, for me personally, I think that I like 555's comp a little bit better. You have the Waylay and the Yoru. The Yoru should be able to clear out that backside. A lot of info gained from the Dimensional Rift as well. And Fade, I think this is my own personal take on this, but Fade feels like she's made for Bind. There's a lot of nice angles she can clear with the Prowler. The Haunt is just refreshable. You can use it in the pre-round for execution, and the cooldown, can be used for the post-plant as well. There's a lot of util can be played. But at the same time, the Sky, I think, is also not a shabby pick. We're seeing it picked a lot in I think the tier 2 in Challengers recently as well. I think a lot of teams are starting to understand the value that the Trailblazer as well as the Guiding Light can bring.
I agree. I mean, it's kind of a bit of a throwback, no? When we used to have all those things be in almost every bind match. I mean, Sky used to have an extra flash, so there was essentially like a free check.
I mean, that's coming soon
Belong.
in the update. Refreshable
giving-
second flash.
Crazy.
She's back.
And she is definitely back. I feel like I do like the points of Fade because, you know, U-Haul and Prowlers, really hard to deal with. Plus Nightfall just fits most of the site. But we'll just see how this map goes for both these teams if they want to slow it down or keep up with such a brisk pace.
This is great. Look at where all the players are bunched over. Rival is going for a very aggressive B main push. They want to take these early fights. But the thing is, 555 has positioned themselves all the way up onto A main. They have full control of the front of showers, just waiting off that smoke as well. At the very least, they do have Aplix waiting in the wings, but he's alone with the classic. So if anything, I'm thinking it's going to be a 5-5 retake if 555 do decide to execute onto this map.
Look how empty A is too.
Be right back.
555. Great read or great find. Either way, they're gonna have a potentially free site, but look at this fight brewing behind them. Temps is there for the reply. And Teddy, who has been on a pretty good shooting night, still continues, but the numbers are still going in the way. Or Thai squad try to look for a different path, maybe towards A. Still have a lot of choices to make. I mean, there's still 35 seconds left on the clock.
Really exciting stuff coming through
30
here.
seconds left.
555 still just slowly making their way up onto site. That Viper's wall, the toxic screen, will go down now. Aplix has no clue they have crossed. So U-Haul full in their control. I think he might potentially just miss out on Endoist as well.
Oh my goodness. You could be absolutely correct. Or this could be the
10 seconds
greatest
left.
deny of the
Spike
stage.
planted.
Oh no.
One enemy
Oh
remaining.
no. And Endoist just puts him out of his misery. It's all up to Inf to maybe clutch this out. Doesn't necessarily have a lot of tools to work with here, but does have the bandits. And do quite a bit of damage here, but it looks like 555 are just gonna spread out and play for info. Yep, Surf puts one right between the eyes. 555 start off Bind with a round win.
Yeah, that's the second pistol they've already managed to pick up here. The thing is, I was surprised that RVL decided to gamble that hard. That was a very aggressive B defense hole for long. And I know that they want to have these early fights here. But a situation when the gamble had gone wrong, the late rotations, again, 555, you don't give them time to prepare for that post plant. You give them time to prepare for a post plant. Well, it showed.
And the crazy thing is that they're also just aware and they're never really caught like napping at the wheel. So even when they're trying to get into spots, they try to stay as alert as possible. Well, no pun intended. At 555 with the better weapons, just want to double down on the rounds here. But so far it's been a quiet march towards B.
Just waiting down the util, the smokes. That flash should give a lot of info, so Surf quickly legs it out of there. Here's them retreat and he refills that space. And once again, they're granted to an empty site one more time. The only one they have to worry about is just INF instead of Hookah.
Does have that Sheriff again. So could find a potential window here. Dolphy already trying to disrupt any rotations. But as well as Surf, who is, you know, brewing up a potential backstab here. That's one for him. Now they look towards him, but the damage has already been done. Teleporter play, well read. And now they have to deal with Dolphy, who's going to be holding down this sight line. Time is winding down, and once again, I am No, don't do it.
Don't
Don't
not
you
like
dare.
this. Ah, no. Oh, that's rough.
Oh well.
You've seen it like this as well, and again, yeah, RVL did pick up a few guns, right? For this round, but in anything, I'm liking the fact that 555 decided to go on an adventure, go and stop them in the midst of those rotations, get their ult orbs up, deny them a situation where, you know, they can get away for free. This is good.
The thing is, like, I know a lot of people are going to be saying too that, well, since they're venturing out alone, then maybe they should be a bit more careful. But there's also the other point where they've already built enough confidence from map 1 to maybe, just maybe do riskier plays. So they're definitely taking full advantage of that. And bonus round, honestly not looking too bad. 3 Bulldogs and a Phantom in play. 555. Potentially a lot of dueling power. Guiding Light comes out from the teleporter. And RVL, they're being as patient as they can be.
As the stream keeps them at bay. Hell, 555 is trying to prod around, finding some info here. They haven't really made up their mind on where exactly they want to go. But Surf is gonna try and see how far he can go here. INF nearly pays for his life because of the jump peak.
Petty has a bit of backup here if there's something that explodes. There's a skirmish happening here.
Double
and it's
swing.
actually Aplix. Yep, with the backup, gets 2 for himself. Should help this effort a little bit. No guns to pick up on the side for 555. Meanwhile, RVL has entertained the idea of just holding down this side of the map.
Still haven't cleared out Aplix from showers, so that's gonna be a problem. With the trio just kind of moving around for the flank here, that's where things gets a bit more interesting. Canady did try and tap to see if any reaction would come. Unfortunately for him, he's looking the wrong way. Actually flanked. Oh,
Wow.
read them like a book and quick to rotate onto B. Probably heard Surf saying that B, no one's here, guys.
We're done.
Wow, and even Alert gets 1 from that. But still, this is going to be so difficult. There are 3 rifles staring down. 555 here. Does look like this is going to lead towards CT as that smoke is going to dissipate sometime soon. There is a slight moment of vulnerability for Kennedy here as he is alone onto the site. Surf might just have to fight his way out of CT. But I can't believe they actually burned Icy's refract from that C's and they still can't find any hard info. Surf is still running around doing some damage. They will stick this, absolutely. Surf gets the low HP player. The defuse does stop. He hears the second tap and still gets it. Surf, you heartbreaker, you. 3 kills for the 3rd round of the board for 555. And that's also going to push him closer to that Viper's Pit. Everything went right for our TH squad.
Nah, that flick to the left was disgusting. Peeks out, just immediately snaps back to his head. But we were already thinking that the round was basically over, but he still tried. And a bit of a heartbreaker for RVL because it just feels like they could have just played it together in this situation. So it's 2v1. Again, you don't want to give the 555 players any chance to get isolated pickoffs, isolated jewels.
Oh man, the heist was in place. They executed it perfectly, like you said, like a bunch of thieves. Just took all the valuables away. RVL demoted once again to an eco. Let's see if they can pull something out of the hat here. Surf. Surf.
Put down. My
Aw.
ultimate is ready.
Continues his rampage.
So sharp, you can tell he's feeling really good. He's just really sort of just walking down, walking that Prowler with him to be able to get that pick off. The players of 555 look super confident right now. And RVL, these slow rotations are just giving them, again, so much time to prepare for a post-plant. Look at the positions of where 555 are. They're so far away from sight, but still able to access that spike itself. They peak. The possibility of getting their heads popped is high.
It's true. Temps. Slight miscommunication. Could not time that flash into the dash properly. Or maybe they got Doffy, but right now 555, they will once again deny any presence from RVL. On just to even put more pressure onto Icy. I think the C's also landed on him. But yeah, I like how the molly actually bounced off. Did you see how like Alert was double checking if it was gonna land?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
I get it though. But again, you could tell that they're just really... This is just very simple stuff. I don't even need to go into technicalities on how exactly it's going. And in this round, it's Surf that's playing like a duelist. Granted, he did used to play a duelist. And it really shines in his first contact plays.
Good times. Good times. But once again, similar story again, Tosh. I wonder if this is where RVL, just like Haven, start to retaliate. Because I think, at the very least, 555 couldn't, like, capitalize on the first 5 rounds. Oh.
Oh, 5 so I would say diligence, just really trying to get access to the orb. You noticed earlier, I saw in the previous rounds, because Surface is kind of like walking around that B area, been able to get away with those orbs.
Ooh.
And speaking of that as well, he's getting knocked down there. He is
Surface
playing with fire, man. Oh my god.
Oh. Either way, it's not Surf getting burned. It's actually Doffy. And Inf might be in for a rude surprise here. That doesn't look like a Viper. So he has to run away here. Pops everything he has on his tool belt. But Icy, all alone in this teleporter. Endos is ready to receive. He does have the Hinder and the Saturate, but doesn't even need it for Cert to open up the opposite side of B. Inf tries to position himself towards Garden, but once again, he will be met by a million players. Can land a few shots here and there, but ultimately, enough to push back onto 555. Now look at Applix. He has that orbital strike for the next round.
Honestly, that's a great way to get your first point into the game. INF made it look like Aim Labs, just like how Doffy did it to them in that last map as well. Again, this is the second time that INF has been able to do that there. And most importantly as well, is just that him playing with Applix and making sure to be able to just have each other's backs. And I'm surprised that 555 decided to peek that way. It's just really it's dry peaks all around.
I really like the patience by 555 though. I mean, this time again, RVL trying to get a little bit of tempo with that teleporter control. They do get hit by the Hinder here. This is a very dangerous moment for RVL, but once again, Inf saving the day for everybody. Doffy wants to do what Inf did, and Inf retaliates. He already lost 2 members on his team. Does get one through the toxic wall. Surf, where'd he come from?
What?
Inf from beyond the grave gets Endoist. So now it's a 1v2. Hit would be the best tool in this situation, but he doesn't necessarily know where everybody's going to be coming from.
That's Hit.
Soon.
Well, that finds nothing. Finally going for into that plant. And on top of that as well, he's very, very crunched, either from backside or even elbow.
Look at the patience from Applix. Kind of expected him to start moving here, but they know what type of beast Surf is. But remember, if you give him enough time to 1v1, he might just steal this round away, and he's setting it up. Teddy, he wants to swing this. The double swing is in play, and the long con is going to work out for RVL. 2 rounds on the board for them without even using their ultimates.
It's really good. We saw moments of brilliance coming in from Doffy. That double kill just now was just phenomenal to watch. But the recovery in that mid-round from Rival, this is what we wanted to see from the beginning as well. Look at that, I guess that 1-2 punch here. Then suddenly INF goes nuclear in this corner. And little did they know as well that Applix is somewhere close. So in a lot of situations, it's just that that man disadvantage. These 2 teams are just really going at it back and forth.
Hopefully it does become that type of game where it is just round after round of haymakers. Still is not enough to push 555 into an eco here. Economy looking quite intact. And at least they've wrestled control of the speed teleporter. But Teddy pushing the tempo and finding Kennedy. The rest of 555, they snaked their way towards A. And like you said, the snake oil potentially sold to all the buyers.
Hit goes down as well this time around. And this rotation is taking a bit of time, so it gives... Look at the positions where 555 is able to take here. One on flank, one towards showers as well.
Seekers popped. Endois is one away from convergent path, so hopefully they don't give him a frag here. Teddy's gonna shoot into the stars, hoping to find some players. Pain shells and everything. The showstopper can't find a player. Where'd he come from? He gets surfed from the flank, and Endois is trying to get as much value as he can. Doffy in alert. Orbital strike being burnt here. Finding no targets, but still they're doing such a good job of finding the weak spots of RVL. Doffy in alert. They burned enough time to get this round on the board, but ultimately they are all gonna fall to the spike. What a recovery by 555.
Even back from that as well, they were at a disadvantage in the beginning. But again, if you give them time to just really set up for that post-plant, it's gonna be really good. And despite the fact that they had lost so many bodies throughout that retake, right? 555, they had so much util just to delay. They had Molly, they had Snakebite, they had the Pit, they had they had the orbital strike. It was nigh impossible for Rival to get it till the end. And you could tell that 555 was just holding on to that util up to the last possible second.
Who's next?
And it really paid out. Are they gonna go for yet another tempo switch here? I mean, maybe RVL have noticed that their 555 is sending one player and 4 the opposite way, but this time it's a heavy hit towards A. And Teddy does not get bamboozled. Alert and Kennedy are here to pick up the pieces as well as throw it into the face of Rival. Inf again has a pit, dodges the hinder, falls back onto U-Haul. Endois takes the duel, doesn't come out on top. Inf with 1 HP just to keep this together for his team. Molly is barely out of range. He still has enough to maybe push his team over the hill, but he has no idea somebody's in the smoke. Overgrowth or Regrowth is gonna top him back up. Alert doesn't have that same luxury. And Kennedy does have quite a bit of utility here, both the Han and the Seas. And Alert once again. How does he do it? He gets the 4th kill with a shorty. And 555 once again throw a heavy blow to the gut of Rival Esports.
Honestly, for the first thing as well, he saw the hinder, we saw the convergent paths really hit Teddy, and I was surprised that he was able to get away with murder there. But once again, you can really see INF just really try to strong arm his way forward. But when players like Alert are around, right, it feels like it's all around the map. He was at triple on the backside and suddenly repositioned the front side. He has really good read. The game sense of knowing where exactly the players are going to coming from, has been huge.
Oh, and his impact is felt everywhere. I feel like we are the opposite of Alert when we play Taz.
We're not Alert.
We're not Alert. We are everywhere we don't need to be. And not in a good way, you know what I mean? Ooh, it's been a rough outing for Rival here. This time they want to see some sparks fly with everything that they can muster. Albeit not a lot. I mean, it's only like 4 rounds, right? But 555 have been getting more and more convincing as the half progresses.
Well, the Guiding Light definitely gave a bit of info where Surf is. I really think that he's gonna try to go for that orb. You really gotta give it to them. 555 really prioritizes that op control. Temps on site though, smoked off. So at the very least, he has to keep quiet for the time being, knowing to just to play with his teammate.
Walk up.
30 seconds left.
Still as cautious as ever is 555. I'm really appreciative of the discipline they show. And they go for... Yeah, I can't believe it. You know, like sometimes teams just settle for, okay, since they're ecoed, we're just gonna run into them. But 555 no. And for good reason. Teddy with the classic gets quite a bit of a return here. But no teammates behind him whatsoever. All up to Temps and Inf again, but... I'm gonna just say it. It's gonna be really hard, and that's exactly why.
You know what? Surf on the snipers. I can get behind this. This guy's just putting numbers on that. It's just really abusing either the op or even that outlaw. Now you gotta give it to 555 this time around. Instead of positioning themselves further back, especially on this, I would say, low buy round for RVL, they decided to take the fight to them onto CT side. And because they had the sniper, they didn't really have to worry too much about washing flank because they have a nice angle held. Now this is a second timeout, or excuse me, first timeout for Rival. Again, I always question, right, teams, again, if you're losing too many rounds in a row, and these very late timeouts really scare me because it feels like you've just been giving too many rounds, too many chances to 555. And you don't want to go into the second half, you know, in a position where you don't have a lot of margin for error, which on a half that could potentially be your stronger half.
I mean, if it's scaring us, I wonder how Rival esports are feeling at this point in time, right? I can't believe Alert has 5 kills. Like
I can't believe Surf has 12.
That's true. Like he's like who's
the duelist here?
Yeah, but you know, Alert His 5 kills were so loud. You know, like you noticed every single one, but Surf's
I
kind of like
agree.
low key. It's like, yeah, you know.
You mean
I'm doing
impact
my
frags,
thing.
right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Valorant
now-
terms.
Yes. Skull emoji times 7. I wonder if this is still a thing. I don't think so, right? Maybe not.
Not
Maybe
every
we're too
old
old.
person can be a Gen Z. Anyways, let's see if this is
I'm
gonna be a
Gen Z.
hell of a short. Oh, are you?
Yeah, I'm barely like a zoomer.
Oh
But
damn.
apparently, it's 555 once again, making a mad dash to the site. Applix gets one for his troubles, but still not enough to deny the plant. A walk up by Surf again onto Teddy, poking and prodding and just making this as problematic as possible for rivals. Kennedy is gonna be contributor to all the conundrums as well. And Inf in a familiar but not a happy situation.
Let's be real here. The shots coming in from 555 has been snappy as heck. And you know, the fact of the matter is, I'm loving. I know it's been a while since we've seen Surf on that duelist, but it feels like despite him being on the controllers, on the sentinels, it just feels like he never left the role. You know what I'm saying? Like he's just really been good with those first contact plays. He's really aggressive. Push comes to shove, if his duelist can't go on site, he will actually enter. He actually entered a few rounds ago as a Viper, which was always very fun to watch as well. Honestly, if anything, if I'm looking at this whole entire game, it's just that RVL hasn't been able to get as much map control as 555. That post-plant map control, you could tell, the more they felt aggressive, confident, the more space they take onto CT side.
Well, it does look like Rival are trying to get active here.
They gambled that.
That's unlucky. Like, they did not find anybody here. But now, the front lines have shifted yet again. Again. 555, they're really just dancing around Rival at this point.
And you could see where Surf is. He has just been walking around that A site here. Just crossed by each other. Oh no, barely enough time. Taps coming in for Icy as well, but Surf catches Applix in the mid-rotation.
I can't believe 555 is doing so much without even risking anything. Like in these early onsets, right? It's pretty unbelievable.
And it's usually attacker side that's a little bit more, I would say, vulnerable. And Surf is just dancing around U-Haul. Caught one in the mid-rotation, caught one trying to walk onto site.
Yeah, and I think so far, like I have never seen a team, at least for our split, to be this efficient managing their like safe side, their safe zone of the map. It's really impressive.
And if anything as well, right, it just feels like the entirety of this map has just been fully in 555's control. INF did steal away a kill, but that's not gonna do a dent on their economy at all. They're rich, they're gonna try and double swing forward, and that would be the end of that. Tell it, 555 is feeling really good from the gun sounds. Rivals could potentially make this a 3-9 I don't know whether it's a good thing or not. I mean, again, statistically, 3-9s don't really win games, but somehow it manages swing rounds, call it placebo mindset. But the amount of control they had, I wish that I had a pen or something, just so I could, like, you know, draw on that map itself. CT side in their control. They're not watching from the site itself. They are waiting all the way, either away from CT or away from main.
You should just draw on your monitor and take a photo. I kind of want to see that happen.
Oh, that would be fire.
Look at... Oh, speaking of fire, it's Endoist setting the map aflame yet again with the help of the orbital strike. And 555 is so decisive. They, once again, slither away from the main contacts, see if they can find any extenders. And this time, it doesn't work out for them. Applix with the Guardian finds 2. Maybe you're right. Maybe this is gonna be 3-9. But Surf does get the controller, his fellow controller, away from the board. And it's always INF. It's always INF. To be in such difficult situations. This time, he does have a Vandal. And potentially could find an early fight here, but he had to walk in on such a well-placed pit. So no 3-9 here, Tash. It's another 2 to 10.
It's a fourth 2-10 today. I don't like this. It's a bad omen or something. But again, look at these shots coming in from Eplix. Rival may be having a bad game, maybe not able to chain rounds in a row. Then Eplix,
Yeah.
INF just have these pop-off moments and you think, okay, perhaps this could be the equalizer. And then somehow 555 manages their own equalizer. You just really don't know where exactly Surf would be. And I have to say, most of this game, the big impact has been Surf. You know, he's just been able to just really wiggle his way onto site unscathed, unseen. You know, he just kind of like hunkers down inside of either Hookah or even U-Haul, and just catches so many players off guard in that mid rotation. It's been a major headache for RVL, especially when they're in rounds where they have that man advantage. They want to keep it that way. It doesn't really last that long.
That's just added to the list of things that rivals have to deal with, and it's difficult, you know, to say the least, right? Like, it is quite difficult, but there are certain steps to be taken, as you've mentioned. I'm just not entirely sure if they have enough time to properly execute this game plan. I mean, that's the thing, right? Rounds are finite.
It's really strange to see Icy, you know, going in a score like that, especially when he's always in the middle of the top scoreline. I feel like he hasn't been able to activate at all as Waylay. He has the right idea on where to move, how to play, but it just feels like 555 is just having a good read on him, and he's barely been able to survive for most of the round.
Surviving and living are two different things, apparently. And this time, rivals have a reset point. But we've said this so many times today, Tash. They have to play a perfect brand of the game to make this close. And it is such a challenging thing to take on, especially this late in the evening and the tournament. It is playoffs after all, guys. So, you know, intensity is through the roof.
Seeds on the line here.
Spike dropped.
Or Temps, I don't think that Guiding Light found anything. Was trying to sell or pull away some rotations up onto A. Didn't really do any of that. I think it did make 555 a bit more curious. But none of them are really actually pushing up A short.
Not at all. Again, 555, despite being such a strong mechanical team, they just let things go to them. Temps has seen two players that he does not want to see. So he's just going to bounce out, execute already, on its way. But it's Endoist, Icy getting frags, but from the opposite ends of the map, still it's 555 coming out on top. Icy has been left with a responsibility to try and narrowly win this out. There's 7 seconds. We've witnessed miracles before. I'd like to see how cold this man is, but maybe not that way. Oh no. 2 to 11. It is a dominant performance by 555.
Honestly, it's multi-frags. We're seeing fights happen all around the map. Unfortunate situation as well. You could tell that, you know, the rest of 555, I mean, just like their name, right? 555 is basically laughing in Thai. And they're all just really not only vibing, they're laughing, they're having a good time. Confidence is through the roof. And I feel like that makes them even more dangerous.
Insert all the positive adjectives here for how 555 is doing. And it looks like speed is the name of the game for RVL. It has worked out for them in the past. But you gotta remember, Endoist has a Vandal. So that's something that they probably would want to avoid. Duffy wants to chime in as the judge, jury, and the executioner. Surf as well, looking to lord over his town. But the last player alive, being Icy yet again, is being corralled. 2 to 12. I really hate to say it, Tash, but this is looking like a beatdown.
Really is. It doesn't even feel like they could really shoot back here. They do have the right idea with these rounds, right? But it just feels like, again, there are just so many parts of the site that they didn't really pay attention to. We talk about speed is the name of the game. Fine, it's a style of play that you're a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more, I would say, confident in. But you're not dotting your I's and crossing your T's. You're not clearing a U-Haul. You're not clearing your corners. You're allowing Doffy to play inside of the smoke with the judge. And he's gonna do it again.
Is he gonna do it again?
He's thinking about it.
Look at him, so menacing. I'm in the smoke. Come to the smoke.
Yeah,
Never mind.
He jumps out like that. It's like, okay.
Wow.
Wait a minute.
No!
That's
Applix, please. Yeah, I'm glad he survived. It would have been just such a heavy blow to morale, you know. But 555 in control of the situation.
Tell RVL is just really taking it slow this time around, trying to see if he can catch anyone off guard here. With Alert getting the info, this one-way smoke could potentially be a death trap for anyone crossing. Doffy being the trap, I mean. No one's really moving. It was an illusion. look at where everyone is. You have the long-range hold from Heaven.
30 seconds left.
You have, you know, you have Canadian just chilling around at B long site. Oh no, Doffy, you're suck. Oh, actually, the clone saved his life! Pop flash forward and somehow Doffy gets a pick off onto INF. This is ridiculous!
How? How does that work out? 12 seconds left.
10 seconds
Narrow window for RVL to survive this map. But 555 can't capitalize on attempts, recovers. 2v1, this time in favor of rivals. And Kennedy, there is no way he's gonna clutch this out. He gets the molly in his face. He does have a seize, like you mentioned. But all crosshairs trained on him. Not the best weapon to clutch with either as they double up. That's one corner getting checked. Does Kennedy know that both of them are on his right side? Lands a shot. That's the first. Did I say it's impossible? No.
That's a Raf Jinx. That is a Raf Jinx in itself. But honestly, well played, you know, coming from this as well. I mean, it was a good first contact play. I was a bit worried about this particular play here since Doffy was slowly taking away heads alongside Enduist. But the recovery coming in here, the trades on trades, the timing is really, really good. And honestly, the 1-2 punch for the hold was really good as well. You could tell that Icy was about to have a heart attack at that very moment there. That was clutch. And it was such a high-stakes round as well, because if they didn't win the round, obviously the round is going to be over, right? You don't want to go down to a 3-13.
You really don't. And we've seen a bit more fight in Rival, especially in these situations where they're kind of put into a corner. No damage done on both ends here. So at least that's info. But Rival, they do have a huge weapon advantage here.
Poison's off.
Equalize, but again, I'm pretty sure this is going to slow down yet again, Tosh.
He loses Canady this early as well. It's okay, you still have flashes to be used. Just the info is going to be a little bit hard to get. At the very least, Doffy could at least come online with his ultimate here. Teddy waiting the wings. Wins his. Suspects there's going to be another one close. Moves away. The Roomba betrayed him though, so still could potentially be caught off guard here. He has a knife in hand. And with that, Enduist gets an upgrade. INF forced back here. RVL on the site itself. Smoke set down. Surf still waiting in the wings. Got a headshot to the face. And
don't do it! No!
That is not how you finish that. With Surf going bonkers with that Sheriff. And I have to say, Surf has gone completely nuclear this game with the Sheriff. Either with the snipers or even with with the Sheriffs. This guy is a menace. Even on low buy rounds, he's been able to just pop heads.
Oh my goodness, what a heartbreaker to end the map with too. That's why you heard genuine despair in my voice. in that final exchange. But wow, what a showing by 555. Crazy stuff by them. Not only can they play pedal to the metal, they can also play incredibly controlled and calculated. We saw that in full display. And at the very least, for our RVL fans, we do still have the lower bracket. You know, we go through all the highlights. It was just a 555 show for really majority of this map.
Honestly, 555 knew how to play this map to perfection. I think we had the conversation about what we could expect from Rival on this particular map, especially being able to take down the behemoths, on this map itself, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, the lack of VODs doesn't mean that 555 does not have had, practice on it. And I feel like for them, understanding the map and most importantly, understanding how Rival play has just really given them so much advantage. Again, that's 3 VODs just from this stage. And against big teams, if anything, their playbook was set out in the open for display and dissected.
They found every single vital point to hit and absolutely destroy. I don't think there's too much we can really talk about here on the stat sheet. Actually, kind of crazy to me that Surf only has 1 first kill. It felt like he was always doing the most in a lot of those rounds. At the same time, just a stealthy and ratty way to play too. So yeah, and that's another weapon in 555's arsenal, Tash. That's crazy. And I think another interesting tidbit for today is we had a lot of incredibly lopsided halves.
It really was. Again, 555 just has these insane recoveries. The Rival did have 6 first kills, but the recoveries were honestly insane. And most of the rounds that were won by Rival was off the heroics by Applix, by INF. It just feels like every single other member of the team was completely shut down. They were caught in a 1v2 situation. They were isolated from one another. We weren't able to see that pristine teamwork play and trades come online. And in this situation, Surf, I think that we were already singing so many praises to him throughout this game. The KDA of 3.1 is honestly incredible. This guy has been making bind his entire playground. He has full control of flank. He catches the players of Rival, in the mid of rotation. This guy, he's the duelist, he's the controller. He can do it all.
Feel like that's such a high expectation and a high bar to set for a lot of the players looking to replicate that type of, to be honest, honestly, I wouldn't even say it's a carry job. I wanted to say that he carried the team, but everybody was just absolutely on fire today. Whether there was volume or not, impact was definitely felt. I'm glad that we talked about how Alert was just also, they had 5 kills, right? But at that point, it felt like he had 40. So, wow, 555 looks so impressive today.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, if one player falls, there's always going to be someone refilling that space. They have a great buddy system going on as well, because no area will be left open. So you can't really get a space for free either. So again, I think that they have done a stellar job of just really breaking down what exactly made Rival tick on this map as well. On Haven as well, especially, I feel that it was almost the same way. I think Rival had a pretty decent run on that map. Again, they've been playing these maps a lot, and I feel like in this situation, it'll be nice to kind of expand the map pool a little bit, just to really catch some teams off guard, especially in playoffs, because, from groups to playoffs, there is supposed to be that dramatic shift so that you don't get counterplayed. Regardless, from a team that was just formed 5 scrims before anything, not bad at all. And we are going to be seeing them going on to the lower brackets. My 2 favorite teams duking it out versus your 2 Filipino teams duking it out. What a heartbreaker of a day for us.
I don't know about heartbreaker for me. My predictions all went right, so
okay, Raf, sure.
I was correct today. I could mess up my predictions
tomorrow.
tomorrow. So that's just why we love this game. It's just so insanely unpredictable. But
oh my gosh,
like
Raf, pause. I'm so sorry to cut you, but Coach MYM got his dream come true. He wanted to go up against 555 and he got his wish on the upper brackets.
That's crazy. And man, like it's actually like so many region versus region matchups in the playoffs.
It really has been.
Yeah, but again, tomorrow we are gonna have Naos versus Oasis. I'm sure all our Filipino fans are quite familiar with this one. A true like toss-up in the air, as well as Trinity versus Rival. I feel like this is like, you know, the Blooming Stars versus the Blooming Stars. So I think the future is still bright for all our younger teams.
Oh, yeah, and on top of that as well, right? What's gonna be really fun about watching TRN and Rival is that you know, they have very similar aggressive, fast style play. It's gonna be so fun looking at you know, Battle of the Neons on the site itself. We're gonna see an anime neon battle, and this is exactly why I live for Valorant. Just that, literally just that.
Just a lot of like, you know, there was a time it was Jet versus Jet, and now it's kind of replaced with like Neon versus Neon.
Yes.
I wonder if like we're gonna have more of those.
I want to
like,
see production do like a split cam of both the Neon players, and then like you know, the whole camera just starts spinning and we get whiplash from it. That would be amazing.
That would be cool. I feel like we've had like so many cool moments we've caught on air, and I feel like we're gonna have even more if I didn't, you know, like mishear that.
Yeah, regardless, I think it'll be the end of today's broadcast. Thank you guys so much for watching with us as well. As you know, here in Southeast Asia, we are celebrating Eid as well on Saturday, at least for Malaysia. I'm not too sure about the other parts. So Eid Mubarak for you guys. Have a great end of the Ramadan for you guys who are celebrating. And for you guys at home, don't forget to tune in and check out VCT Pacifics on all our platforms. This is where you can watch our matches. This is where you can get updates for all the teams over in Tier 2. Because again, this year, Dambi became the first premier player to become MVP in an international. So please come and support your Tier 2 teams. For now, I'm Tash and Raf, and we'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place. Bye!
One enemy remaining. One enemy player standing. Spike down B. Spike down B. Last player standing. seconds left. Last player standing. Spike down, enemy remaining. Spike down, B.
Just don't let it fade. Don't let go of your face. I think that you know. You hate that bitter taste. Falling again. All the lessons you learned. Eyes wide open. This is your moment. Turn away. Feel the pain. It's your fate. Celebrate. We gotta stay awake. We gotta stay awake. We gotta stay awake. Falling again. Eyes wide open. Go get your freedom. We gotta stay awake.